Alright, good morning. Time for some more Path of Exile. Yes, indeed. Wonder if that's gonna be enough. It's probably gonna be enough. We're gonna start selling armor scraps and blacksmiths rather than picking up scrolls of wisdom. There's a lot of resistances on this thing. I have exact amount of fire resistance I need. There's so much lightning resist, so maybe we should be fine. No. Chaos resistances are trash. Alright, yeah, but the plan then is about this one. I think this one will be easier to deal with. Oh. Oh, hello, Banana Wolf Monkey. How are you doing today? It says, the minus 60% chaos resist approach. Yes. I'll get right on that. Soon. I'm actually, the balance here is not very good, and I need a socket ring. Need a socket ring. Well, hello, Node Runner. Nice to see you again. How are you guys doing today? Banana Wolf Monkey says, bought the 2 core pieces of the build I'm re-rolling into. With the money I got from selling the crab chest. Nice. Nice. And you decided for sure on the spark totems, eh? Yeah, he says. And I decided to get the foiled version too. Wait. Foiled version? Of... Oh wow, there's a foiled version. Energy shield. Lovely. X reflection. Wow. That is a pretty cool shield. Yeah, pretty cool. Node Owner says, today I beat Portal Reloaded, good Portal 2 mod. I actually downloaded that. It's in my Steam installed. Store was a little lacking, but overall it was good. Really good actually, if you considered it was only made by one person. Cool stuff. Cool stuff indeed. I was considering, I don't barely remember playing Portal. But that's another game to replay. Node Owner says, now I'm playing Exopunks. It's a programming game. Is it any fun? Did you just start? Banana Waffle Monkey says, what I didn't realize last night was that I just realized is that 3 out of 5 of the mods on that shield are max rolled, and the person could have charged twice as much for it. Woo! That's a good deal. Good deal indeed. So how are you feeling in the aftershocks of being out on concert? Are you feeling better still? Why with the all with the reflect? I don't want to reflect. Nodunner says I just started on level 3. I just started on level 3. So far so good. I'm a little bit curious. So I haven't. I've never played a programming game that I enjoyed. Right, a virus, eh? Was thinking of playing that MMO. Screeps. The year is 1997. You used to be a hacker, but now you have the phage. Made a deal. 1 hack, 1 dose. There's nothing left to lose except your life. People seem to enjoy it. Alright. I don't know what like says. A little hungover, otherwise fine. I hate Sundays in general. Sunday is just an abstraction. I thought you college students. Wait, do you go to? No, you stay at home every day. What's the difference between Sunday and I don't know, Wednesday nowadays? You know for certain that you have classes, I suppose. Nodunner says I enjoy the Sectronics games more than Screeps. Sectronics? I recognize some of these things. The difference is conditioning, yeah. Had to go to synagogue as a child, which was on Sundays. Felt like I lost a part of my weekend off. Oh yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. Oh, that's... religious upbringing, eh? My bot thing has broken a little bit. I'll just add it to the to-do list and check it out later. I fixed I'm subscribing to the RSS feed that you recommended, Node and it just... yeah, it updated. Steam game, Escape the Cities. It should have posted in chat, but it didn't. What was that? Let's just add it here. Blasphemous says, Cider, I don't like this Luke Smith guy you told me about. I don't like him either. I don't watch Luke Smith anymore. Oh man. He bothers me. Right, he has some nice Linux knowledge, but all his philosophy is weak. It's weak. Blasphemous says, I was listening to him cause I saw his channel on the front page of Invidious. What was he saying, this Luke Smith? Yeah. Actually, that was a month ago. I wonder if that was before I started streaming. I just stopped. I couldn't take it anymore. His philosophy, his politics. He's very much, just buy a house. He's that guy. Yeah. He's that guy. Just buy a house. He's telling people not to use VPNs, lol. Yeah, but then, isn't that the bandwagon thing? Telling people not to pay for VPNs. And there's a lot of fucked up marketing within the VPN, but telling people not to do anything, it's just... There's one thing informing people what a VPN does and does not do, right? That's one thing, and that's very helpful for people to know. But yeah, telling people to do or not to do whatever, I don't know about that. Yeah, he's very much, yeah, just buy a house. That's his attitude to life. That pissed me off. It did indeed. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I just realized this build is buffered now, that there's an alternative quality gems once I save up one. Buffed, not buffered. I'm like, buffered? What do you mean? No, it's buffed. Aren't all the alternative quality gems buffed? Banana Waffle Monkey says, what was his reasoning? Yeah, probably the same, that VPNs are pay for more than what you think you're paying for, something like that. No Donor says, I don't even know if he owns his house. I think he has an arrangement with his family. Oh, there we go. Or he did in the past. There we go. Yeah. There's a reason why his followers call him the Unaboomer or whatever. Living it out. Yeah. That would not surprise me. He did not own his own house. What I did like, why I started watching him like in the first place, was his... right? I'm a noob, right? And his Linux tutorials have been great. I've learned a lot from him. Yeah, I learned a lot from him. Alright. Some Banana Waffle Monkey says that depends on the effect they give. Like some of the new quality gems are bad, some are good, yeah. Plasma says VPN. In quotes, VPNs are all honeypots. You might as well give your data to your ISP instead. Yeah. Oh. My question would be, where does he get his information? How does he know these things, right? How would he know? He probably wouldn't. Why does this show up? I thought I changed that. And this. And this. Why? Is it because of the item level? Weird. And use Tor instead, yeah. Why not both? Actually, I don't use either. I'm too lazy. Don't even clean my cache. Right? Banana Waffle Monkey says, for example, one of the alternative static strike qualities converts something like 10% of fist to lightning. It is already so easy to get full conversion. If you want that, you're better off with the standard gem. Or another alt quality. You could. I mean, what I like about... They have many different ways to get what you need. The variation, right? You say it's already that easy, but it becomes, well, yeah, the quality gems are, those gems are all super fucking expensive, so I get your point. They become pointless because of the expenses. But if it dropped for you, right, I have millions of ways to get my 100% poison chance. I might get a bow with extra poison chance, and then I'll change stuff around in my passive tree. The same could be said with the lightning stacks, right? If you get that, you could get that other thing you got lightning from. You could just do something else instead. It increases your... what's that called? Increases your choices. Yeah, that's what they do. Blasphemous says, cache cleans itself when you check a box, Kappa. Oh wow. Maybe I should check a box. That's a lot of work. I need to find a box. Oh. I should. I don't even know why I don't do it. What's the cache good for? And why should you clean it? Or what's the argument for cleaning it? More than cleanliness is a virtue. Other than that, again. Oh! Something killed me. Well, that sucked. I thought I was fine. I wonder if that worked. It's not 10 seconds, unfortunately. Wait, why does it say deaths 10? That's weird. Does the title say only 10 deaths? Must have broken it. Yeah, it clips. Well, I haven't been able to try it out because it won't clip when I'm offline, and I didn't want to start streaming last night when I was doing it. So, for science, did it work? I know that it doesn't work immediately. So it... Oh, it seems it did. There we go. Perfect. It's only the title that is broken now, it seems. Oh! Wait, no. The title was broken. Watched it. It had a segment where you died included. Cool. In the end, right? It should... Right. The end of the clip should be when you give the command. Pretty much. Have here armor and evasion. Mana leech. Chaos resistance. That's a lot of resistances, but nothing else.
You will fall to ruin.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Sure, we'll try that out.
Night's madness strains away all.
It was surprisingly easy to get the clip. Unfortunately, it's 30-second clip. I couldn't do anything about that. Pretty sure I added a exclamation point clip command as well. It just creates a clip. Let's just take the rewards. I even tried to continue watching Luke Smith just because, well, kind of the same argument that you were giving the other day for staying around in the watching Reddit threads or areas, keeping track of your enemies. Political enemies. I was thinking of doing that just because of Luke Smith's politics, right? Understanding where he comes from. Maybe you can learn something about those things, but just buy a house attitude, it bothers me. I mean, it could be good for my ethics development, I suppose. But bad for my mental health. Balancing act, eh?
Just need a moment.
Osmosis. Oh, I see so much bad privacy advice. Yeah, probably. A lot of it. I mean... It isn't really hard to give good privacy advice, right? Don't use Google. Don't use Facebook. There you go. Now we're fine. No donor says, is it just me or has Jim Sterling's content gone downhill? Yeah, I had to stop. I had to stop. With him as well. Same reason. Same reason indeed. Political reasons. He's not the just buy a house kind of attitude though. He's other very simplified politics. He moves around a lot. And it makes sense in his head, but he doesn't bother to try to make it make sense in my head. I think, whatever he says. He's sad, right? I miss Total Biscuit. Yeah, I miss Total Biscuit. British gaming voice. Yeah. You've completed. Nice. Blasphemous says, a lot of people recommend using Brave because Braves gives them money to do so. Oh. Can you give me money? I can recommend you Brave. Sure, use Brave. I recommend it. Can you give me money? No. I actually use Brave on my phone.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I don't know why, but Firefox was horribly slow on my phone. I couldn't deal with it. And Brave has such good marketing. Damn it. I fell for it. Fucking marketing. Lasman says, yeah, guys use this other Chromium-based browser that has our own ads instead. Genius. Yeah, right. Oh. Yeah, that is exactly what they're doing. Oh, you don't like ads? Here, have some ads. Which is, for some reason, genius marketing. Scour both of these. And we gamble both of them. Anything is better than nothing. Let's go. Nope. And nope. Nothing. Proximity shield. Right. But on Wolfmike says, you know what I think would be a cool proximity shield keystone passive? Where you get the full effects of proximity shield, but it's like an anti-CI where you have plus 100% chaos resistance to balance it out. Wait, I need to see. What is proximity shield? Is that in here? No. It's not on the tree. Alright. UV proximity shield. Here we go. Oh. Oh, I know what that is. I've seen that before. It's super annoying. Alright. You get the full effects of proximity shield, but it's like an anti-CI where you have plus 100% chaos resistance. Oh, so the plan is that your energy shield would be a proximity shield, or what's the plan? Minus 100, 100, not plus 100. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was thinking minus in my head. Yeah, you lose all your chaos resistance. No donors, it's kind of a shitty scam if you think about it. Brave removes other people's ads and replaces them with their own. Not out of the box. Out of the box, you have to opt in to the ads. Right. I don't have any ads on my phone. If I did, I wouldn't be using Brave. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's opt-in. Prevents all damage. Hold on, this Brave also has ads on the start screen. That's a point. They also push their shitty crypto. Huh. That's a good point. Indeed. I probably should, now that you're talking about it and I'm thinking about it, maybe I should change to something else. Oh man.
Exile.
Lasmus is saying, yeah, crazy how they convinced so many people to use it instead. Yeah, good marketing. Tricked me, right? Or fucking reflects. Let's use all my chaos orbs to get rid of these reflects. Yeah, it's so many good marketing.
Just need a moment.
Or if that's probably the marketing that I hate the most. One that I fall for. That's the worst marketing. Indeed. Node says they have also been caught sneaking in referral links into the browser. So if you go to a website, it replaces it with the Brave referral code. Yeah, I remember that. I heard about that thing. What's that called? The hustle? Just making their money. In a way they can, eh? Wolf Monkey says, I hate marketing and I hate advertisements. As a lot of them currently stand, at least. I mean, the basic premise. I hate the basic premise. 7% maximum life? Yeah, sure, let's get that. Yeah, the basic premise of the thing is... I don't like it. Consumerism, I don't like it. So many monsters. Uh-oh. Right. Take the reward and fucking leave. Hmm. Hello, Guru. Guruchinawu? Oh man, I'm sorry if I butchered that name. Nice to meet you. Alright, Nodunner said, that's the thing about Brave. They market themselves as anti-ads, while clearly being an ad company. Also, if they're so anti-ad, why are they doing so much marketing themselves? A lot of double standard. Maybe should not use Brave.
Just need a moment to
You have convinced me. So what's a good browser? Chromium-based browser. What would you recommend on the phone? I use Firefox on the computer, but on the phone. Chromium-based one. Lol, just call me Ash. Oh, nice to meet you. Doesn't say Ash in the name. That's very confusing. I'm terrible with names. I'm probably gonna forget that. No. I don't mean to be rude, it just happens. Nodrunner says... No, wait. Banana Wolf Monkey says, I remember one fast food ad where the idea behind the ad was that the person taking a picture of the food with their phone, posting it in social media, and the notification sounds were popping off. Wait. I don't get it. Nodunner says, I almost stopped using Twitch because the ads wouldn't block anymore. But I found a workaround. Yep. Fucking love MPV. So many ads, you can just skip them. Alright, so Ash, how are you doing today? It's nice to meet you too. Let's see. Firefox on Android has extension support. And that doesn't help me. I won't use Firefox, right? It's too slow. Wait, don't Chromium have extension support? I've got to use my uBlock Origin, that's for sure. Oh, there we go. Banana Waffle Monkey says, literally the ad is playing off people's condition to feel good when they hear a phone notification with the fast food product. Ah. Alright, I get it. Blasphemous says, I suggest just being patient while using Firefox on your phone. Oh. If I was patient, right, if I need to look up some information on the web, if I was patient in getting that information, I wouldn't be using the phone. I would be using my computer, right? So that's the whole point with the phone. It's like mid-conversation, or you have a thought, right? Oh, I gotta check this out right now. So that's... I don't see how that could be working. However, if we take it as an argument, don't be impatient. Impatience is a vice, if we call it like that. And practice patience. That would be a good time to practice a deep breath. when you wait the 5 seconds for Firefox to load a page and then another 5 seconds to load the next page. You can just sit there doing some deep breathing exercising. That is actually not a bad idea. Even though there was a kappa thing, right? We were joking around. It's not a bad piece of advice. Maybe. Quote, my viewers are assholes. Why does that always show up? Well, I suppose you're all assholes, aren't you? Banana Waffle Monkey says, well, that was a welcoming random quote. Yes, indeed. Ash says, it's okay, I made this name as my gamer tag 20 years ago when I was literally 4. Cool. So I can't change it now, it's the rule. It's the rule. Can't just change a name like that, like you did 20 years ago. Wait. Now would I get the point? Gurichi Nawu. I think I got it that time though. Gurichi Nawu. Gurichi Nanu. There we go. Gurichi Nanu. Node owner says that Bromite is an open source Chromium browser. You can add the repo to F-Droid. Bromite? Alright. Let me just jot that down so I don't forget it. I like the name. Bromite. Browser. Jotting it down. Lasman says, you know what would be fun? A stream where you de-Google your phone.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
We tried like coding stuff before and I didn't really feel comfortable of doing that. Just like with the math things, right? Practicing math, studying, right? It's studying is what that is. I haven't been really comfortable doing studying. Maybe we should try it some more. Figuring stuff out like that. Also, I'm not even sure de-Googling the phone entirely is... I still need the Play Store. Well, I guess you could download an app and then remove the Play Store. Banana Waffle Monkey says, shake my head. Just memorize the whole internet. That's the plan. Just memorize the whole of internet. That seems like a great piece of advice. Dasman says, download Wikipedia. You were thinking about doing it. I was thinking about doing it. At the moment, I need to get fucking WordNet to work with the DickTD. Yeah, WordNet needs to work with DickTD. It works like it connects to a server and gets it working, but I want to host it locally. Since you can host it locally. All the other ones, that's It sucks because I have a couple of dictionaries now. Like 3 or 4 of them. The one that I want the most is WordNet. And if I just get that working locally, I could add the dictionary command to the chatbot. Urichinanu says, you played this game a lot in the past leagues? I played it, well,
Just need a
a
moment.
lot. I don't know. Quite a bit. I did play it all the last leagues. I usually get to... What, red maps? No. Oh. I get the end of yellow maps. A little bit, maybe a couple of red maps. And then usually I feel done and leave. And I've done that in the last leagues, I think. Download Termux and use W3M. I would use links then. That's a ban, I suppose. Oh. Can you get... I didn't think about that. You can probably get MPV working on the phone then, couldn't you? No? Yes? I'm thinking of the phone as a music player. Using MPV. Playing music. Lasma says, yes you can. Ooh. I do like MPV and... YouTube DL. Like that. No Donor says, Firefox doesn't seem slow for me. Yeah, it might be something I'm doing wrong, right? It seems unreasonably slow, like it seems like there's something with my phone and Firefox. I wouldn't blame it on Firefox necessarily, right? It feels off. Yeah, feels off on my phone. Lasma says, does it take you out of your comfort zone to do something for the first time on stream? I don't think it's the first time. I think Node Runner had it spot on the other day. It's about right when I grew up, there was a lot of shame, and there's still a lot of shame. I feel shame for a lot of stuff. I get stressed out when I need to... I get stressed out when I need to try to understand something and find the information.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Right? It takes... Sometimes it's like when you play puzzle games and you just get stuck, and you can get stuck for hours. Or like in programming, you can get stuck in hours and just sitting around, skimming through text, just looking for a piece of information that I need. And also, on top of that, I'd say I need one piece of information. I'm gonna start looking around for it. When I look around, I don't read the full text. I just skim. And reading that aloud, that... You know me, I like reading stuff aloud, but... Yeah. That would just increase that time that I was stuck on that thing, and that's frustrating to me, being stuck like that. Maybe a little bit of the... doing it for the first time, or just not being comfortable, right? Yeah, being a super noob. I don't know. Banana Waffle Monkey says, learning is an act of vulnerability. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I feel vulnerable. And start feeling that shame, and I'm not... Irrational shame. There we go. Irrational shame. Not irrational fear, but irrational shame. That's what I feel. I don't like it. Could argue, well, that's a very good argument to start doing some coding on stream instead of doing it just as a practice. Practice getting rid of that shame. Well, not getting rid of it, but dealing with it. Dealing with it, yeah. Nodunner said Wikipedia is many gigabytes, but I want to download it as well. I have a lot of extra hard drives just lying around. Ash, or actually I'm thinking I'm going for Gurchinanu. I like Gurchinanu. Because I'm terrible with names. I don't have to remember. Gurchinanu says, I ask because it's my first league. I just started 5 days ago, but I've been no-lifing hard. Hit red maps and they're not easy, lol. Yeah, it's a great game. If you like building characters. Yeah, it's a building game, right? No-lifing it. That was I did that last league. Man, properly, like, I was living in this game. Look at that. That is not a bad... I think that would sell if I was not playing... If I was trading, that is. Oh, look at that. That would probably also sell. If I were selling stuff. Banana Waffle Monkey says, the hardest part about red maps is when you hit the point where your gear is gonna take multiple exalts to become a significant upgrade from where you're currently at. And that seems about the point in the game where I'm like, okay, I'm out. I am out. That seems just about it. I still haven't killed the new boss. The new bosses, yeah. Banana Waffle Monkey says, also read the map mods. Yeah, the map mods becomes more and more important the further in you get. Lasmus says, Resident Evil Village demo does not work with Proton. Aww. There is a post in the discussion sections about it. Most of the replies are Windows 10 trolls telling you to use a real operating system. And that 1.2 billion people can't be wrong. Yeah, do like the 1.2 gigabillion flies and go and eat shit. Yeah. That's what I always do with that argument. That just because of some big number of people thinks something, I tell them to go eat shit, right? Because all those flies cannot be wrong. Yeah, right? Ooh, the Ash conformity. Actually. Yeah. For those who don't know, I guess everybody knows by now. You get like if you get a group of people in a room and you draw 3 different length lines on the wall, whiteboard, whatever. and you ask the people and you say, are these equal length? And they say yes, 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 yes. And the last person, who's the only person who's not an actor, will probably also say yes. So 1.2 billion people can be wrong. Also, wrong is, I don't like the word wrong there, because it's an opinion, right? Some people like being spied on, and they like spyware and malware on their computers. Others do not. And I mean, that's fine if they like that. It is okay if they like malware. Right?
Salah.
Reloading system.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I thought it was like in almost any metric, Linux is considered the best, like, operating system by nerds, computer nerds, right?
Who wins?
Wait. Oh, right. I needed something else. What else did you need for that? Vendor recipe system. Here we go. Exhibitionists, says Banana Wolf Monkey. Wait, what was exhibitionists? Sacrificial fragment. You're faster than my internet skills. Thanks, Banana Wolf Monkey. Exhibitionist likes being spied on. Oh, yeah. That would make sense. Well, yeah, I memorized internet, says Banana Wolf Monkey. Did indeed. Alright. We take 1, 2...
Blessings.
Whoop. There's one too many. So what are you playing, Gurichinanu? What build are you playing? I don't know if Monkey says, took my own advice. Nice. Phantasm Necro. Found a guide on it. That is a good way to start playing the game, following a guide. That's what I did. It's a cast while channeling setup with Cyclone. Very simple and cheap for new players like me. Yeah, Cyclone is great for a lot of stuff. Cyclone is a very useful triggering ability. I was playing like a Cyclone Herald on hit kind of thing 2 leagues ago. It's been doing, baby. Just hit level 89. Oh, congratulations. Good job. I usually get to level 90. That's where I start feeling, alright, I'm done. Nana Waffle Monkey says, my first serious kill was on a Cycloner. Spinning character. Oh, wow. Wait. Why did that link not work? If you want to fetch comics and metadata, Blasphemous links this. The URL looks like this. Or this. Oh, you mean for the... Oh, wow. There is an API, eh, Blasphemous? That is... I'm just gonna go in here and just do this, and I'm just gonna copy that, and I'm just gonna put it in there. That sounds like fun. That's a good tip, Blasphemous. Sounds like fun indeed. Banana Waffle Monkey says, have you ever tried Flicker Strike perchance? Gurchi Nanu. No, sir, I haven't tried anything outside the build I'm doing. I'm literally 5 days old. Literally 5 days old. Huh. Yeah, right. First build. Necro. Phantasms. I don't think I've played with Phantasms. Phantasm Necro. Sounds like fun. Blasphemous says, Cider, do you want everywhere to have a API for your bot? Everywhere? How do you mean everywhere? Didn't quite understand the question, but I mean, there are some fun stuff that one can do, right? I'm enjoying just playing around and adding stuff. I'm gonna start removing stuff as well, right? Where are we at? Do I want to do this? Can you reflect on it? No, we're fine. Oh, I did that already, Blasphemous. I fixed it. That was a great tip. I did it with the FFmpeg rather than MPV. It seemed like it would be a lot of hassle doing it with MPV. However, I broke the clips. I broke the clips thing some other way, so it's on the to-do list to fix. There's no clips today because I fucking broke it. OBS crashed every time it tried to play try to show a clip. I don't know how, but I'll look into it. I'll look into it indeed. That one is supposed to automatically report. Oh yeah, escape the city. Right. I wonder if I should really do commercials like that, like gamepower.com. That's just a website I used, but kind of don't want to funnel data. I don't know. It's fine. But it is a commercial thing. What is no longer free? Escape the city? missed that. That's weird. It got reported this morning, I think. Alright, so I will have to look into how well that works then. It just, as I programmed it, it just grabs the latest one. Right. Last reported free games. On that Reddit page. Did I finish the temple? I don't remember. I did, yeah. So it's not very reliable, but I was thinking I'd rather have an unreliable report than no report at all. Minion damage support. Blasphemous asks, are you considering playing Hobo Tough Life? Is that an IRL game? I've never heard of it before, except for the IRL thing. And I have considered playing that before. Ah, Baron. Hello, Baron. Stay far. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I have Act 9 effective HP in Act 6. Need more damage? Yeah, you need more damage. Indeed. It's a Steam game. Hobo Tough Life. Hobo Tough Life. Let's see. Does not seem like... Banana Wolfmonk says, I loved Grey Still Plays playthrough of Hobo Tough Life. I don't know. I've never seen Grey Still Plays. It's an urban survival role-playing game where you play as a homeless person. Play alone or team up in online co-op. Explore the streets of Kraslav, scavenge for food and supplies, beg, steal, and do whatever else it takes to survive in the forthcoming winter. I'm thinking maybe that's... I mean, it's a Russian hobo doing crimes. Maybe no punishment, though, but... aren't we having enough of that? Alright, this video was kind of... oh, here we go. Oh, it is literally what it sounds like. One of these... oh, it is not even early access. These are usually early access, right? Survival role-playing games. In-depth survival mechanics. Combat and crime system. I mean, yeah, I would consider playing that. I kind of like those... survival games.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Lasma says, I'm glad someone made a homeless simulation game. Oh, right. I'm assuming that there is like politics within it, right? And it's not just about... I would have to assume, right, that it's not just a setting, that it's actually a statement as well, right? That they're trying to make it accurate. I am assuming. I mean, if it's just a setting, then I don't know. I mean, I have that's psychosis, schizophrenic, maybe. Game on the list. Hellblade. There we go. Senua's Sacrifice. It's downloaded and waiting for me to play it. Thinking in that kind of sense. Alright, it's Sunday for you today, right? Yeah. Monday for me, Sunday for you. So weird, we're in different days. They are fast. Firing with armor and evasion, isn't that what I need? I need evasion, but... What's the... 11 out of 12? That are some nice crafting bases. Oh. Oh. No? And they're cheap. Yeah. Buying them immediately.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, I think homelessness is fucked. It's if you allow me to sound like a broken record a little bit more. Man, can you imagine having... Right, homelessness, I would say it's a societal issue, right? Just buy a house, that's not a real thing. One way to solve homelessness is to do universal basic income, because then you could make sure that everybody gets just just enough for a home and food, right? That's all you need. That would, like, a lot of people think that's, oh, that's very socialist attitudes. That's socialism, communism, and all that. And I disagree. And the capitalists could all be, and the consumerists could all be happy. Everybody could afford to buy a home. Imagine the markets that would create, right, of cheap housing. Think of all the money to be made. Yeah. Ooh, level up. Nice. Lasman says, homelessness can teach you a lot. Didn't you dream of being homeless for a while when you were young? Yeah, I did. I daydreamed about it. That was escapism, right? Anything was better than the situation I was in. I just wanted out. Just wanted out. Didn't want to play along anymore. Alright, where am I? These? Fuck, I forget. Did I? No, I remember. It's down here. Boom. This is what I want. Lasma says, in America, many of them would just spend universal basic income on drugs if they were homeless. Ah. I suppose. I suppose so. Some at least. That's kind of what they do already. Yeah, I understand that. Drugs, drinking, and a room in a hotel for a couple of nights to do those things, then repeat again the next month. Yeah. That is sad. I find that very sad.
Just need a moment to catch my
Also, I wouldn't want to play the blame game, right? Would not want to play the blame game. It's not like they're enjoying their lives, most of them. That's a form of escapism, right? Of not enjoying your life. A lot of mental illness in those contexts. Lasma says, help with their addictions would be best. Yeah, right? Not necessarily just addiction help, but, you know, just help with dealing with mental issues in general. Addictions being a good starting off point, right? But I don't see that infrastructure being built anytime soon. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't see that happen anytime soon. Not in my country, anyway. I mean, in my country, there's like when I got my diagnosis, just was asking for help, right? And they said, oh, we need to get you a diagnosis, then we can get you help. So I was 2 years in a queue just to get a diagnosis.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Time to sell some shit. And turn some other stuff. See, Blasphemous says some places want to house them first, but that doesn't work many times because they trash the place.
Salah.
I can see that happening. Guruchinanu says, where are you from? / what do you do? I'm from Sweden. I do nothing. I'm unemployed. Well, I stream every day. But usually what do you do means, what is your source of income? Leech upon society. Luckily not homeless. But yeah.
Cool winds.
Lastman says 2 years to get a diagnosis. Yep. Was quite a arduous process. A lot of meeting, a lot of interviews with psychologists and psychiatrists and this and that. Involved process indeed. A lot of people involved. Those gloves seem kinda nice. Gurchinanu says, you sound like a very well-spoken leech then. Why, thank you. Yeah. It actually hit me a bit hard. Hit me a little bit when we were reading. I don't think I commented on it yesterday, but when we were reading yesterday, there was this comment. Oh, you can't earn any money by thinking. That hit hard, right? That's the type of thinking that I do, right? That was Raskolnikov's answer. What do you do? Thinking. And I could relate, right? Yeah, I'm fucking doing nothing. I'm just thinking. That's what I'm doing. I spent a lot of time in university because I haven't been able to hold down a job or find a job where I didn't end up wanting to, right? Where I didn't end up depressed, right? I always end up depressed in the jobs. However, I was pretty good at university. It came easy to me. That's what I did. Spent 7 years in university. Oh fuck, I didn't even upgrade those. I screwed up anyway.
Salah.
Spent all that time in university. I suppose why people would consider me well-spoken. Lasma says, does streaming make you depressed too? No. I've been enjoying streaming. It's been fulfilling. It's been helping my mental health, streaming, yeah. It might do if I start playing the marketing game and the branding game. If I would start feeling those things, it could probably be a problem, right? Trying to manipulate viewership. That doesn't sound like fun. Right, I tried YouTube editing for a while, but not doing that anymore. Unless I can find some way to automate it. That would be fun. Right, what do we have? 86. A little bit of cold resists. Fire damage is no good. It's pretty much the same. So yeah, let's just get rid of those. Gurchinanu says, well, listen, when you're in a dumbass... Well, listen, when you're in dumbass USA like me, coming across intelligible conversation is a rare occurrence. I think you and Blasphemous will get along just fine. Who are you talking to? Right? Most of the time, like most of the conversations I have are very intelligible. I think I know what that word means. Right? Most of the conversations I have is here, today on this stream. I don't have another. Right? Yeah. Rest of the time I spend on my own. Not having conversations. Not interacting with people.
Just need enough.
Alright, I wouldn't want to try to go to the supermarket and try and have a discussion about universal basic income, right? That would be something, right? To the clerk, just sitting there doing their job, and I'm like, you know what? Universal basic income would make your life better, wouldn't it? Oh man, what an asshole. Ugh. That is true, says Blasphemous. Plenty of good conversations here. Conversation first, gaming second. Yes, conversation first. Yeah, anything you want to talk about. Converse about. I'm happy to learn. That thing I'm happy to learn, like. So yeah, getting stuff for the... You were talking about that. Uncomfortable doing new things. It depends on how you look at it, right? Getting a novel idea into my head, that I enjoy. But that's not a new process, so it depends on how you look at it, I suppose. Gurichi Nanu says, well, a little bit about me. I'm 24, graduated uni in 2019. So what's that, 5 years of uni? And been plunged into the work from home world ever since. Do you enjoy it? The work from home? And what work is that? If I can ask. Regina Nu says, kind of regrets not having a in real person interacting job or kind of regret not having a real in-person interaction or job feeling. Feels like I'm in high school again, back at home. I mean, you could... but interacting with people, you don't have to have a job to do that. No? Right. That's part of why I don't like jobs, because any job I've ever had, I did not get along with the people in the place. So trying to find like social experiences, I would probably go the like the hobby route instead. Yeah, hobbies for finding people to interact with rather than a job. Oh, I suppose if you have a job as the interest, right? If you spent all that time in uni, then you probably could get along with the people working with the same thing that you do. You could build social reactions. Alright. Lasman says, are you okay not interacting the rest of the day because you need your time to refresh? Who, me? Yeah. I need time to refresh. And right, I'm okay. And I interact a little bit from time to time, right? Right, a couple of minutes here and there. Oh, that, like talking on the phone with family. And I was exhausted. I feel like I've started to recover a little bit, but you know, I spent, was it 2-3 days ago? I spent most of the days just both being social and helping my sister move. Right? That's yeah, I do need a lot of time to refresh. Right, the first thing I do, not every day, but most days, right? After the stream, I go eat, and then I go sleep, right? I go and sleep. That's what I do. Sleep for a sleep cycle, like an hour and a half. Whoa, gotta press this lever. I actually thought about that. We were talking about accents the other day, and me being like a parrot mirror. I've noticed myself now. I get that, right? Is it a lever or a lever? Since I've got no one to parrot, it's just me, and then I get confused and I don't know what to say. That's the parrot. That's an interesting phenomenon. Well, interesting to me at least. Probably not interesting to you, but I found it fun anyway. Alright.
Not all murders are equal.
Guru Chinanu says, I don't mind it. A job's a job, but I kind of want to go live my single 20s life, you know? Yeah, I'm 24, and I still haven't really gotten that. But as far as my privileged situation goes, seeing as people are dying, I really can't complain.
Just need a moment to...
Oh, but the vaccines are out and coming, right? It's a good thing you learned this, right? That you want to go out and do the single 20s life. Right? One could say, because you maybe didn't do it before Rona, right? Corona virus. Maybe you learned this, that, oh, I'm gonna make an effort now to go out and live through my 20s. Yeah. Silver lining. You gained self-knowledge and you know what you want to do next. Also, who was that? I can't remember, but I used that. I used it the same as you, right? Privileged. That I was in a privileged situation, right? Not being homeless. I don't remember the argument. Fuck, it was a good argument to not use privileged and instead use, like, fortunate. I think it was something, yeah, right? Something that is good for your mental health is gratitude. And privileged is you compare yourself to others. Well, if you say that you're fortunate, or that you feel fortunate, something like that. Fuck, I don't remember. I think that's what I did, yeah. I feel fortunate too. That's just being happy about the situation that you're in. Well, privileged is a comparison, and comparison to other people is often unhealthy. Oh man, I'm way behind on the chat now. Data analyst. That sounds like something that could be fun, depending on the data one has to analyze, I suppose. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I've found my conversation to be a lot more intelligible when I stop trying to change people's minds as much and try to focus more on just trying to listen and understand what they're coming from. Where they're coming from, sorry. Have you tried raves? Nice. Raves. I've been to 1 or 2 raves, and that was enough. No thank you, that's not for me. But I get why people enjoy it. Yeah. You can get new ideas from all over the place. all over the place there are interesting ideas that can just come from a random... Actually, even though I use that as a example of what not to do, start talking politics with the clerk. Right? If you end up in a situation where you have to talk with the clerk and just having small talk, yeah, keep an open mind of what ideas they could have. You could learn something new about another perspective on life, I suppose. Ruchi Nanu says to Banana Wolf Monkey, I actually agree with you. The only thing is that there's real burnout associated with this. When you start to really listen, you hear a lot of the same thing over and over, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, fucking cat hair in the mouth. Oh. Get rid of it. Alright. You do hear a lot of the same thing over and over. Becomes predictable. Yeah, but then you can see it as a practice. I'm not good at that yet, but I know I've done that before, right? I remember I was talking to a Muslim friend? No, acquaintance. I was talking to a Muslim acquaintance about
Just need a moment.
about religion, right? And I'm saying, well, he was talking about I should read the Quran, and I'm like, no. And he was saying, he was starting to sound like he was gonna do Pascal's wager. So I was like, oh, that sounds like you're on your way to doing Pascal's wager, which is, right? What if God is real? Then, right, you should act as if he is real, because you'll end up in heaven rather than hell. And I gave a statement about why I think Pascal's wager is not convincing. And he said, no, that's not at all what I was doing. And then proceeded to spend 20 minutes describing Pascal's wager. And I'm like, I need a strategy to deal with this situation. Yeah, I need a strategy to deal with this situation. Oh yeah, if it becomes predictable, then... that was on me, right? That was on me, not him. That was me not communicating that he didn't need to do that argument. I already knew it and I threw it away because X reason, right? I understood where he was coming from, and I should have communicated better. Yeah. Communicated in a way that would have been conducive to that conversation. Oh, a lot of enemies here. Most people have not heard about Pascal's wager, so just calling that name was just ugly rhetorics, right? Well, not really ugly rhetorics, but yeah. Banana Waffle Monkey says a lot of people go through a lot of similar things. Yeah, burnout. Yeah, that's why you need time to rest and refresh. And you go to sleep after I've eaten lunch, right? It's all about learning about yourself as a person, what your needs are. Yeah, I think so. Gurchinanu says to Banana Waffle Monkey, I meant more in the sense of the uneducated but strong opinions towards socio-political issues and things like that. When you challenge/listen more, you hear the same thing and it's easy to grow jaded. Wait, isn't jaded the opposite of burnout? Jaded is that you get used to it, right? And it doesn't bother you. Maybe I misunderstand that word. Yeah. That, like, opinions come from emotions, right? Opinions does not come from education. Right? Yeah. Opinions are by their very nature emotional. When you're talking about how much education someone has, I mean, you can rationalize an opinion differently, right? Some opinions hold up to logical scrutiny and others do not. And you can change, right? When you're educated, you have a tendency, actually, I don't know this. I would assume that educated people have a tendency towards looking at opinions with a little more scrutiny. Actually, that's an interesting question. I wonder if that is the case. It depends on the education, I would guess. Yeah, depends on the education, right? Maybe it is just personal preference. Some people tend to look at opinions with some sort of lens of logic or rationality. Others have different lenses, and there is nothing that's saying that one lens is necessarily better than the other. It's a lens that I would prefer, and I would prefer the logic rational lens to be spread more throughout society. I would like that, but there's nothing that says that my approach is better, except from my point of view, right? From my opinion, it seems better, but my opinion is based on my emotions and my personality, right? This focus on semantics and philosophy that I have it's very based on my emotions, yeah. Oh, fuck, I'm so behind on chat, I'm gonna tab out. Oh, fuck, that's the wrong button. I'm even gonna do this just to whip. Why is it this picture? See a different picture. Here we go. Plasma says, extreme introverts love the pandemic. Right. My life did not change very much. Like, oh, my lifestyle was called quarantine. That was a joke that went around by introverts, yeah. Plasma says, especially bad when the cat hair comes from the butt area. Yeah, it came from the tail. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I didn't. But you're not an extreme introvert. Banana Waffle Monkey. You're more like in the middle, maybe towards introversion a little bit, but more in the middle of the scale, right? You seem to be more extroverted to me. I think that's why Blasphemous said extreme introverts. Banana Waffle Monkey says, it is not that I'm extroverted, it's that I don't like being inside when it's not a choice. And the one in X days that I actually do want to do something social for once, I can't. That's the thing for me. It is. Right, you're not stuck inside though, are you, Banana Wolf Monkey? You can go out, take a walk in the forest. I don't know if you have a forest close by. Go take a walk in the park. Go take a walk. Go outside, take a walk. What you're not allowed to do is hang out with people, right? Or are you actually forced to stay indoors? How do you do your shopping if that's the case? Rasmus's definition of jaded, yeah. Fine jaded, I would need that. It's on the to-do list. Virginanu says, no, jaded is like growing bored of something after having had too much of it. Ah, I like that. Or like not getting satisfaction from that you used to anymore. Alright, yeah, having the same conversation over and over and over. But then, like... yeah, don't have that conversation. Right? It takes two to have a conversation. If you get bored of a conversation, you're in a position of power to change where the conversation is going. No? Gurichi Nanu? I think so. Yeah, communication is a two-way street. Blasphemous says it's an adjective. Means exhausted. Ah, there we go, exhausted. Dulled by surfeit? Oh man, another word I don't know. Feed or supply excess. Satiety or disgust. Overindulge. Exactly what Gurichi Nanu said. Yeah. Overindulge. Overindulgence may lead to jadedness. Quote, not all drugs are good. Some of them are great. Nice quote. And inspiration. Dare to be a virgin. No, thank you. Wait. Who wrote that quote? Dare to be a virgin? Don't be ashamed of your virginity. That is what I would say. So, yeah, for virgins, don't be ashamed about it. Don't let people shame you for being a virgin. Out and proud. That's what you should be, right? As a virgin. I don't know. Well, you don't have to go around talking to everybody, telling everybody, oh, hello, my name is X, I'm a virgin. I mean, that would be weird, wouldn't it? But you get my point. Banana Waffle Monkey says, this game is trying to kill me. Yeah, that's often what happens in games. It says 4 out of 5 yellow beasts at the start of a zone. Plus a tormented spirit to boot. Oh, 4 or 5 yellow beasts at the start of a zone. Plus a tormented spirit to boot. Ooh, that seems like a dangerous start, yeah. Guccinanu says, I relate, this is so hard. Wait, that's the extroverted thing. I don't like being inside when it's not a choice. Yeah, of course, but that's an agency thing. That's not an extroverted thing. That's about someone controlling you. Yeah. I think we all have that. To a degree, right? Like, all things psychological, it could be on a bell curve. Some people can't deal with authority more than other people, I suppose, yeah. Banana Waffle Monkey says, stuck inside being used figuratively to mean interacting with other people. Exactly. That statement right there makes you not being an extreme introvert, Banana Waffle Monkey. Yeah. That's why you would not fit into Blasphemous example, right? You're not an extreme introvert. You can be an introvert just fine. You're not an extreme introvert. And also, like, even the extreme introverts have social needs. Right? We're a social creature. We're a social animal. We have social needs that needs to be fulfilled for our mental health. It's just the way of the life. It's just, we have different needs. Different people have different needs. Let's grab this and that. There we go. Alright. Gurchinanu says, alright, I'm heading to bed. Have a meeting in 6 hours. Y'all have a good one. I'll be back in the future. Glad to have found ya. Night, night, lads. Alright, nice to meet you, and looking forward to see you again. It was nice talking to you. Sleep well, and I hope you have a good meeting. Blasphemous says, does he live on campus and is forced to stay inside? No, alright. I believe the more you inconvenience someone, the easier it will be to push certain ideas on them. which will then be more willing to accept to get back to normal. Believe the more you inconvenience someone, the easier it will be to push certain ideas on them, which they will then be more willing to accept to get back to normal. Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? If you're in a situation and you're unhappy with the situation, the more unhappy with the situation, the more likely you are to, right? The more extreme your measures to solve that or change that condition will be, right? So all aspects of life works, no? Oh yeah, definitely.
The single round challenger returns.
Yes, I am the single round challenger. What of it? Lana Wathmike says, good luck with your meeting. Oh no, good luck with your beating. I hope the borscht is good. I recognize that. Was that the Russian soup thing? Oh, you made another pun. It says beating with double E, Slavic. Right. I was thinking beating with EA, but no, it says beating, borscht. Ah, I get it. Slavic. Ah, nice. Nice. Very nice indeed. I mean, what you described, Blasphemous, could be seen as the, like, any revolution started like that. Right? The, what were they called? Like the working classes in the French Revolution, right? They got it worse and worse and worse, and they had it so worse that they thought it was a good idea to just go around and chop a lot of people's heads off. That wasn't... I mean, I don't know about it necessarily having to be back to normal, but to a... fuck, what is that word? To an all-right environment. That makes sense? Lightning storms. Yeah, let's get the ruin thing. Status quo? A status quo, right? My point is that you don't have to go back to normal. You can make a new normal, but still a normal. Status quo is not what I'm looking for either. Okay, I think there's a Swedish word somewhere in here trying to get out. That's why I'm getting confused. Content, right? Get to an environment of that you are content being in. Yeah, we can frame it like that. The more inconvenienced you are, the more likely, the more people will get into the situation where they are happy to take certain ideas into heart, which they otherwise wouldn't. The overton window widens. Yeah. Yeah, right, Blasphemous. The overton window widens. I like that. Banana Waffle Monkey says, protests are more effective when you inconvenience the people who you want to change things. Yeah. I found that so funny that they're... Whoa, what? I pressed the wrong button, and I'm dead, very dead. I don't remember where. It was probably in regards to Night in the Woods, Because there was so much talk of strikes. Screwed that up. And strikes. I don't remember exactly. Did I do this? Yes, I did do that. I'm just very slow. And that there are laws around when you are allowed to strike or not strike. I'm like, are you kidding me? I think that was in Sweden. No, yeah, that's in Sweden. That was not Night in the Woods. That was from something else. And they're striking laws. Like, oh yeah, of course if we're gonna go out on a strike, we're gonna be reasonable about it and just do it when it's convenient for everybody involved. And I'm like, isn't the best time to go to strike is when it's the most inconvenient? Yeah. Wait. Why does this show up? Banana Waffle Monkey says, I can't remember what it was about specifically, but I remember in America a few months ago, there was whatever drama going on with a politician and they wouldn't do something. And so people drove up and down their street at night, honking their horns, pissing the neighbors off in the process. Exactly. That's efficiency. That's efficiency. Also bullying. Yeah. So now suddenly I understand why there are laws regarding it. Because, yeah. Actually, that makes me think about the dragging people to civil courts thing. Isn't that, like, in some sense... Yeah, that's considered torture, even, right? Making sure someone does not get to sleep. That would be considered torture in some situations. So it is efficient. I guess that's the logic that comes with the thing. Why does this show up? It's not supposed to show up. It says dagger. Right here. Let's hide the dagger. Whatever. Time to spend my Vol orbs. Some Vol orbs, at least. We have here. Thicket bow. Oh. Why did that show up? I only need... Something is wrong with my filter.
Hello.
Look at all these assassin garbs. All of them. Very nice. Good old PoE bugs. I don't think it's PoE bugs. I think when I have done something with a computer and it doesn't work, then it's... Right. I think I'm the problem here. I broke something. Indeed. Alright. Do this thing, and then we ball orb all of them. Wait. That is a lot of life. Maybe not wall orb this. Actually, what would I do if I... It has a room for another suffix? No. It's not a lot of resistances, but let's keep it. Just in case. That is a lot of life. Alright. Please, however. Just ball orb. Here we go. Boom, boom. Oh, yes. I think that's gonna be fine as well. The two blue... There's one blue too many, I think, but... Let's check it out. Alright. 6 links! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Banana Waffle Monkey says, my necklace reduces attribute requirements and the reduction is being applied but not shown / updated. Ah! You got bugs, not me. You got bugs. I get it. Alright. Either it works with your build or you got a divine orb for the price of a Vol. Wait, a divine orb? How do you mean? I will make it work. This is what I'm running with at the moment. And all that fits. I can just add some blue stuff. Oh, right. 6 links. Vendors for a divine. I forgot about that. Yeah. Trade League recipe. Yeah. Yeah. I remember now. We've been talking about that before. Alright. What do I have blue? Critical damage? No. Increased area of effect. Yeah, that's a good one. For that. Assassin's Mark? No. Could go the Hex Touch support route and automatically apply my hexes. So I don't have to do that, since I've got 2 blue instead of the increased area of effect. What else do we have? Minion life? Nope. Minion speed? That's another thing we could do. I could put a Herald of Agony in here. Minion speed. Alright, I'm curious. What do we have that is blue support? I don't know how I'm gonna get the dex for this shield. Oh, that sucks. Usually just get it from the passive tree. I'm lazy like that. Alright. Alright, all the supports. Elemental, Arcane Surge, Diffuse channeling, spell cascade, phantasm. That was what Gurchinane was running, right? Lightning damage, critical strikes, minion damage. Oh, it would be great with minion. I did that. Critical strikes, I have that. Combustion, nope. Last chain, unbound ailments. What's this? Increased duration of ailments on enemies. Ooh. Ooh. Supporter skill will have 25% increased effect of non-damaging ailments on enemies. More damage with ailments. That, I think, is great for Withering Touch, right? Unbound ailments. Yeah. That's a great one. That's probably what we go with. Spell damage, where was I? Here we go. Infernal Legion. Minions, nope. Physical to lightning, nope. Critical damage, nope. Faster casting, nope. Concentrated effect, nope. Minion speed support. Minion life. Power charge and critical, nope. Control destruction. Reduce critical strike chance, nope. Elemental focus, nope. Predator, nope. Right, minions from supported skills deals 15% more damage. Ah, prey, ah no. Trinity. Elemental damage, nope. Added chaos would be interesting to have, so I'll just purchase it so I have it. Item rarity. Lightning penetration. Elemental army. Blasphemy. That's interesting as well. Iterate. Energy leech. Intensify. Increased area of effect. Nope. Impact mine. Feeding frenzy. Nope. Meat shield. No. Archmage. Swift brand. Impending doom. Nope. Pinpoint. Nope. Cast while channeling. Spell echo. Increased area of effect. Hex touch. I did buy a hex touch, didn't I? Yep. Cast when stunned. Ignite proliferation. Actually, that's not a bad thing to have. But having your defense spells. Right, if you play a character like me that can be stunned. Like the defense stuff. Ignite proliferation, decay. No. Actually, decay could be interesting to have on the Herald of Agony. Since the Herald of Agony is kind of slow. Fire damage. Bone Chill, Unleash, Minefield, and Arcanist. Alright. Bought some stuff. Right, this is gonna be fun. So. Oh fuck, I need a new bow for this as well. And I'm gonna move all of these over. Need at least a 5 link for this. Or should I have looked for added chaos damage? And just do the... I'll do it like this for now. This is actually a good idea. Until I get a proper chest. Proper bow. I can do like this. Vicious projectiles and more damage with ailments versus 45 more with poison. No, vile toxins has to be better than deadly ailments. It ramps up. Yeah, vile toxins, and then added chaos damage, right? %25 more damage with ailments. Increased duration. Nah, go with the added chaos damage. Oh, where were we? Alright, I love having 2.2k mana. That seems overkill. Overkill! Right. Yeah, vicious projectiles is great. While toxins is great as well. Arcane Cloak. Spends a portion of your mana to grant a buff that takes some of the damage from hits for you until depleted. The buff grants added lightning damage based on the amount of mana spent on this skill. Shares a cooldown with other guard skills. Ooh. Spends 54% of current mana. Ooh. That sounds like a fun thing. It works out, and I'll show you why, he said. Yeah, it works out indeed. Arcane Cloak is like a weird blend between Molten Shell and Steel Skin that scales off mana. I anointed Dynamo on the skill tree. Dynamo. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Alright. I've got a tabula rasa. And now it is gone. Deadly ailments. 16, 13. What else? Blood Rage. I want to level Blood Rage. Kinda want to level Blink Arrow, because I think Blink Arrow is gonna be useful. Alright, what about this amulet? Also, mana regeneration, maximum mana. There you go, 100, yeah. 19% increased maximum. Ooh, and double the mana regeneration. Well, 97 increased. Items of gems have 25 reduced attribute Requirements. Wow. Wow. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Wait, did I have like a... Yeah, I've got critical strikes. Yes, I do want to level that. Minion speed, unbound ailments. Right, either minion speed or decay. Probably decay. These both we can get rid of.
Tell your
Alright.
I will see you again.
It's time to get a bow then. We've got a few of them. Gonna be able to start doing Vol orbs on the bows. Interesting. Banana, like it says. So I get a lot of the mana back to offset the cost, yeah? Also, if I weren't doing totems, I'd try Archmage. Fuck, I was just hovering over that, but I didn't spend any time looking what it did. That was some electric thing, right? Changes to linked spells base mana cost to be equal to a proportion of your unreserved mana. Ah, percentage. And added lightning, that's great. 6%, wow. Crank up your mana costs for increased spell damage. Lovely. Lovely indeed. Alright, should I play around with these bows? Alright. But before I Vol Orb them, right? They need to be crafted. Yeah. They need to have all right stats. Like double physical or something like that. Not that one. Not that one. None of these yet. You have essences of contempt. Contempt. It's physical damage. You do have, yeah. Not enough. Would want to upgrade them some more, but that's the one I want, eh? So when we see contempt, that is when we use the corruption, right? That's how that works. I also have this. Screaming Essence of Dread. Alright, what does my... Look at this. Looking way better. Means I need to keep my eyes out for a ring. Do I have a ring already? Nope. Ring with the socket. Dread ones are also good if the bow skills scale off gem level. Oh, right. The only one I have is Barrage. That doesn't really matter. I don't think. What is the scaling? Yeah, no. Good looking out, yeah, no, that wouldn't. Actually, so that's fine. I don't have to move these over. I thought that I was gonna have to move these over to the bow. But I don't have to. I can just keep them here. Because I think the added chaos damage is a pretty good addition to Barrage. Yeah, I think this is a fine setup. Nice. Well, that makes me, yeah. It gives me more options. I like options. Right. Crusader influence, eh? Exciting stuff. Oh, I don't have any chaos orbs. It's dangerous doing this. You know what? Let's just go like this. Then we take Zana with us.
Just need a moment.
Insane.
That was fast. Seems like they've changed him a little bit. I have a lot of mana now as well. I could do some stuff with that.
That was fun.
Where's my life reservation? 299, so that's like 150 then, right? Where is it? Yeah, 160. I wonder. I'm just gonna try this for a second. Does not seem like it's gonna work. Alright, select mission. What do we have? Collect monster samples for Tane. Construct and slay the metamorph. Oh, we've got a metamorph. We got open the breaches. Slay monsters within the time limit. Don't like the time limits things, no. Alright, that was time limit. Here we go. We have one that is just open the breaches. Poison on hit. No reflects. That is the one. No timing.
As if I didn't have enough hope. Come back soon.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So far, so good. Whoa!
One loss is nothing to be ashamed of.
I think that's gonna work out. I think it's gonna work out. That gives me two more things. And what did I need? Where is it? Blood Rage. I need to change the colors then. I could get Blood Rage and Corrupting Fever. Alright, survive. Let's try this. Curses and non-damaging ailments you apply are reflected. That I apply. My dudes don't count, right? What? In the mood to try it out. Whoa. And we take the reward and leave.
Low on mana. Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Whoa, 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 get out. Dangerous stuff. But on autumn like this, I just casually have 2 5-link crafts sitting in my orty station that I've forgotten about. Just sitting there, eh? Just hanging out. Shit happens. Yeah. Forget stuff. Wait, 2 of them? How did you get 2 of them? Horty station as well. What does Horty stand for? I was thinking just a crafting station, but what station is that? I forget. At the crafting table, I forget stuff there all the time. Horty crafting. Oh, from Harvest. Oh, so you can create 5 links. That's very nice. I don't remember what I have in those stations either. That's Mrs. Cider McCraft. Yeah. I like crafting. Oh, I missed a bit over here. I had that urge some time ago just to go back to Final Fantasy 14. Just to craft. I didn't... I was raiding last time I played that game, so I didn't fully appreciate the crafting. I didn't play around with it. I wanted to go back just to do the crafting thing.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
See if I could enjoy that. Probably could. Lasman says, I wanted to try Final Fantasy 14. It sounds expensive. It is expensive. Very expensive. That's why I didn't when I felt like it. It's like, oh, I'm not paying this. The people who kept at it, they just keep on loving it more and more. Thing is, well, that in the first time I did the leveling aspect, I did not care about the story at all. So the leveling was shit if you don't care about the story. The leveling is shit because it's you go from point A, talk to someone, then you go to point B and talk to someone else. Oh, here's the Sacred Grove talking about crafting, eh? And then you go to point C and then there's a long cutscene. That's the gameplay. Pretty much the leveling gameplay. That's what you do. You just press W. Well, there's an auto run feature, I suppose. You just aim the auto run feature at this place you need to go. Whoa. Very annoying. Alright, a quote. You live and you learn, at any rate you live. Lasman says, this action RPG looks fun. She will punish them. Oh, we're playing as a succubus. And that looks fun. Oh, wow. Fun, yeah. Is it a one-handed game, I suppose? You play it with just your mouse? You can do that with a lot of action RPGs. Right, a dark fantasy action RPG that lets you engage in brutal and gory combat in the demonic realm. Play as the gorgeous but deadly succubus. Grind your way... through enormous amount of horrifying abominations and bosses until she becomes the most formidable and seductive devil. People seem to like it. Wow. Yeah. Fun dungeon crawling, fun character. Get rid of aggression. I mean, it kind of looks like you get what you see, right? The combat does not look... Well, maybe. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Banana Wolfmug says, is that like Brutal Legend but with a succubus lead? Actually, it's the same. It's the same. Nice. No, this is more of a... I'd murder the hordes. Brutal Legend was its own beast. Yeah. I've never played anything like Brutal Legend before, and I probably never will. Which is weird. Yeah, Brutal Legend was special, to say the least. Very special. Great game though, I can recommend it. I'm happy I played it, right? First time around I really bounced off it. And I can imagine a lot of people doing that. Just bouncing off, saying, oh, this doesn't... Alright, anal cataclysm fingers. Yep, that checks out. Oh. What did my new chest piece call? The Anal Morbid Veil. Simple pleasures in life. Alright, what do we have? We want physical stuff. Attack, socket numbers. That could be an interesting thing. Speed modifier. Lightning and chaos. 1 chaos, 7 lightning. I don't know about that. Oh no, Wolfmug says, oh yeah, there was a bug where people were getting blank harvests. Huh. Oh, hello, Sorksa. Nice to see you again. How are you doing? How have you been doing? Attack, socket number, speed. I mean, I like speed. Like socket number, perhaps. Sorksa says, I'm coping. Good job. Good job. Are you? Oh, I'm getting there. I feel like I'm energized again after being exhausted for a couple of days, and that's fun. And I just got this great chest piece. I'm still riding that high.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I was reading some more Crime and Punishment yesterday, and that actually, I felt really good about it yesterday. Got good speed, and interesting stuff is starting to happen. Getting into it. Starting to get used to the book and just dealing with the book. That. 5 sockets. Great stuff. Sorks says reading stream? Yeah. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Starting in like an hour and 20 minutes. Something like that. I'll start reading again. Do that. Well, the goal is to do it every day. Well, almost every day for like an hour and a half. Reading and talking. Yeah. Is it a fiction book? Yes, it's a fiction book. It's an old Russian book. Very canon. Crime and Punishment. I'm not reading in Russian, no, I'm reading in English. I enjoy it so far. It drags on and on, right? Some of the explanations are... Change a gem into another gem. Gem? Gem. Carrying over experience and quality if possible. Well, that's a gamble. Wow. Sorksa says, cool, been forever since I read fiction. Me too. Well... Wait. Didn't you play Night in the Woods fairly recently? Or did I... Am I forgetting things? Isn't that literally reading fiction? No? Waffle Monkey says, I use that for gems on characters I've got it that wouldn't sell for anything. Yeah, I can see that. It's an interesting gamble. Or like I leveled a gem that I'm not gonna use. I've got 5 storage slots. Look at that. Sork says, well, I refer to conventional books, yeah. Conventional books I have not read in... This is the first one in... I was gonna say years. I've listened to books though. I've listened to... audiobooks. Audiobooks have worked out fine for me. What do we have here? This is trash. So we can reforge that. Fire and lightning damage. Ugh. Blasphemous says, sometimes reading the news is fiction, Kappa. Right? Yeah. Sometimes. Nice. And I did read... Yeah. Riddle Master. I think that's what it's called. Read it in Swedish, so I don't know the English title of it. Fairly recently. Sorxa says, I don't even read news because I'm an uncultured swine. Oh, you and me both. The news. Yeah, I don't read the news. I don't watch the news. I don't... I get the news from other sources. Here we go. If something important enough happen, I just live with the attitude that if something important will happen, I will know about it. Someone will tell me. If they don't, it wasn't that important. I didn't need to know about it. Yeah. Dorxa says, but I do read scientific papers. Oh, I want to start doing that as well. I just don't know. Do you do that like just as a hobby, Sorxa? I wouldn't know how to... Pick and choose. There we go. Pick and choose. That would be a fun stream, right? Reading scientific papers. That I would enjoy. Wouldn't know how to do it though, because I'm always... Right, when you read a scientific paper, the best way to read is to skim back and forth, so maybe that would not work out. Maybe it would work out. I would be happy to try it. Sorxa says, yes, I live with that mentality as well. Yeah, the news. Unfortunately, the papers I want to read are usually not free. Yeah, that's an issue as well. But that... actually, like, there's an ethical argument to be made voting with your wallet. If you like science, then maybe subscribing to a science journal. Like an aggregate journal. I don't know, I'm out of the loop. I used Science Direct a lot. Should have set that to 4. Oh, that's armor and energy shield. This already has 4, that's fine. If I had the money, that's probably will do that. I hope there's no copyright reading that on stream. I can't imagine getting DMCA'd from reading a scientific paper. Sorxa says, I think it depends. I read them when there's something I'm interested in. Yeah, I would probably have to create an RSS feed or something. I don't know. Sorxa says, I don't wake up one day thinking, it's a good day to read the scientific papers. No, I get that. I don't read them often enough to warrant subscribing then to them, I guess. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I get access to a lot of stuff through my uni. Yeah, I did read a lot of stuff through my uni as well. Sorxa says, I used to have that. Yeah, you and me both used to. Alright, this... What is this? This is... Level 1 of socketed gems. Oh, it doesn't say socketed bow gems. It says all of the gems. Oh. That is actually maybe... Alright, let's try this out. Oh, boring. And boring. And we can grab this sniper. It's gonna be trash. Yep. That's fine. Sorxa says, unfortunately, I graduated. Yeah. You and me both on that same page as well. Unfortunately, I graduated. Well, I didn't even officially graduate, but I finished. They continue, and during uni, I didn't have that luxury of time to read random stuff I'm interested in. I did that. Banana Waffle makes this even better. Wait, what's better? Sorxa say, does that mean I can ask you to help me download papers? That's cheese. Oh yeah, cheese the system. Cold modifiers, fire modifiers. Socket color crafting. Socket number crafting. Let's gamble on the numbers. Oh, right. Pressing it 2. Anna Waffle says, yeah. Oh. That's how I could pick papers. I can have you download a paper that you are interested in, Banana Waffle Monkey, and then you can say, can we read this paper? I'm gonna say, yeah, sure. And then I can try and read that paper. That would solve 2 of my issues with the idea of reading papers. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow. Wow. We're down there somewhere. I'm gonna hit someone sooner or later. Could you...
Low on mana.
No wonder I'm low on mana. I'm not hitting anything. Right. Let's hit this fucker. Did he die? Or teleport? Probably teleported. This was not at all super frustrating. Not at all. Whoa. I'm not even close to finished. Oh man. Oh, I should have gone with the color thing since I need to change my colors anyway. Right, level this up. Oof. Alright. Oh, wow. Woohoo, said Sorsa, assuming it's provided by the uni, says Banana Wolf Monkey. Does yours work by a plugin? I just got logins. My university had logins. I suppose, yeah. Huh.
I need more pockets.
Am I safe? Can I just stay here? Alright. Let's see. Back in my uni, says Sorxa, we had a Chrome plugin for it, which covers most sites with scientific papers. Yeah, something like that. Blasphemous says, in direct relation to the subject, how do you feel about Aaron Swartz? Oh, I'm curious. Let's look at Aaron Swartz. Let me just catch up with the chat, and then I'll look into it. I recognize this face, I think. Maybe. Blasphemous quotes, in 2011, Swartz was arrested by Massachusetts MIT police on state break-in and entering charges after connecting a computer to the MIT network in an unmarked and unlocked closet and setting it to download academic journal articles systematically from JS Tor using a guest user account issued to him by MIT. MIT? Oh. Alright, maybe... That's sad. That's sad. What do I think about that? I mean... I became an open source nerd from the philosophy that all information should be freely available to everybody. So of course I feel sad for him. I also understand why it is the way it is at the moment, right? Oh, there's a picture and it's my head on his... Right, actually, I can do like this. There he is. That's the face I recognized. Alright, here we go. Banana Waffle Monkey says I have 214 mana regen per second right now, which is more than my past character's entire mana pool. Lol. Yeah, right. Nodon says Rip Schwartz. Oh? Quote. Remove this quote, please. Alright. Done. I lied. 230 regen per second now. Rip Schwartz? Okay, what happened? Oh, yeah. Rip indeed. Alright, it breaks, right? It says that there are 6 out of 0 quotes. If you just add a quote, it stops being broken at the moment. It needs a new entry to fix the ordering and knowing how many quotes there are. I've broken it and I haven't bothered to fix it yet. But there are 108 of them at the moment. Right. He was involved in the development of web feed format RSS. Oh, wow. The Markdown publishing format, the organization Creative Commons. Oh, I really like this dude. Oh, wow. That's why you're not supposed to compare yourself to other people. And he died very young. Oh, wow. He did a lot of great stuff that I like, yeah. And joined the social news site Reddit 6 months after its founding. He was given the title of co-founder of Reddit. He did a lot of things in his short life. Alright. Civic awareness and activism. He helped launch Progressive Change Campaign Committee. I don't know what that is. Online activism. Research at Harvard. Founded the group Demand Progress. Stop Online Piracy Act. Oh yeah, against the stop. He was arrested. Alright, that we read already. Wire fraud. $1 million in fines? Wait. For stealing... For just downloading data, eh? 35 years in prison? What? Asset forfeiture? Restitution? Wait, are you kidding? Declined a plea bargain under which he would have served 6 months in federal prison. Nice. 2 days after prosecution rejected a counteroffer by Swartz, he was found dead in his Brooklyn apartment where he died by suicide. Yeah, that's fucked up. Holy fuck. Fuck all these guys. Yeah, fuck them all. Fuck them all. That's... Right. Some people, I think they died too young. Could have... Right? Just imagine what he could have done for, like, just open source, like... my politics, like my political opinions, the changes he could help bring about because he was really good at it, right? Oh. He was like, no, fuck this, I'm out. Pretty much, right? That what happened? Yeah. And I feel like the punishment does not fit the crime, right? Well, in my mind, I don't like to call it a crime at all, so... Xerxes says, do you think that people should have the freedom to commit suicide? I mean, I think that question is... People do, right? How could you stop someone from committing suicide if they really wanted to? Right? So I feel like the more interesting question, I think that right, we just have it, right? So, for example, we just have it. Anyone could commit suicide if they so choose, without, well,
Just need a moment to catch
if they really made the decision, then the decision has been made and there's nothing to be done about it. What I'm more interested in is euthanasia. And I'm pro-euthanasia. I'm definitely pro-euthanasia. I want, right, hanging, shooting, all these things. It could be better. What about just taking a pill, falling asleep? That would be best, right? So I would have people go to, or like, I don't know, healthcare institutes or whatever. That's the systems what I would like, where there's a process for getting aid. Yeah, a process for getting aid, where we've been talking about this before, and I'm pretty sure I'm happy with my idea that you're required to talk to a professional. Just talk. The professional is not allowed to make any decision. There's just a timeline before you get the help. You're required to talk to a professional, like, I don't know, 2-3 times. I don't know how long this would be, but something like that. Required to talk to a professional, required to talk it out with family and anyone else, right? Because you're causing a lot of suffering. Suicide is causing a lot of suffering as it is now because it's so stigmatized. People do it in secret. They might leave a letter. That letter won't help. So talking to the people you leave behind first, that would be a requirement. Yeah, talking to a professional, talking to the people you leave behind. I would have that as a requirement, and then you could get the help. That's my political view on the thing. Yeah. That's not a lot of evasion. Do that. Do we have something else? I can set to 4. Sure. There we go. Just get 4 sockets. There we go. Cold modifier. That would be cold resistance, right? So this is trash. So maybe cold resistance, fire resistance, lightning resistance, life. All the stuff, just terrible rolls. Try again. That's better. I like that. Sorxa says, do you think it's right to manipulate people to not suicide? I believe that most people who commit suicide do it in a very depressed state of mind. As far as my understanding goes, right, it's difficult to know the state of mind of people committing suicide because we can't really ask them. Actually, before I respond, let me read the full message. Sorxa said, do you think it is right to manipulate people to not suicide, like emotional blackmail and such, or even just stop them when they are in the middle of it, possibly making them making them a surviving vegetable? I would not blame anyone noticing, right, walking in on a suicide in progress and stopping them. I would not blame. I would err in that side of caution. So I would not blame anyone for doing that. I would not blame anyone for the emotional blackmail either. Because of the... Right? I've had friends who've committed suicide. Right? They're dead now, so that's that for them. But I still have the anxiety of, oh, I could have done more. Those types of anxieties, right? So I don't like the phrasing of manipulate people not to suicide. Most suicides become, like we were talking about depression, right? The clinical depression. That thing passes, right? You can have a depressive attitude and your life can suck and all that, but if you go into clinical depression and reach the point of suicide,
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
that wish passes over time, right? When the wish gets as strong as it does, like it does in most suicides, I would assume, I would guess, right? I would guess that most suicides are when stuff gets to a specific point where it's just sucks, I can't take it anymore. I would prefer, taking those people, pump them up with mood stabilizers, and then have the time, make it be an informed and a process making the decision, rather than just instead of the Nike way and just do it. I don't like the just do it attitude, because it causes so much suffering, right? I'm thinking about all the people left behind. Due diligence. Yeah. That's what I say. Storks says, do you see manipulation as something bad? I would probably say yes. Isn't that... I think we had that definition before. Manipulation. We were comparing it to influence, and influence not being something bad. Yeah, this definition was weird. Oh, to manage or utilize skillfully. Oh. Right, this would be bad. This not so bad. So it depends on the definition. I'm assuming that you meant this definition, right? So this definition would be talking to the, right? A professional, right? Someone skillfully trying to manipulate them not to commit suicide. That I don't see as bad. But these kind of things are kind of bad. But it kind of implies insidious means. And I would say, if you try to get someone in your family or friend circle, try to manipulate them not to kill themselves, I wouldn't call that insidious in my mind. I would call it maybe artful if you're successful. Unfair. Yeah, I could see it as unfair, but not insidious. So it depends on the context, Sorxa. Plasma says, sound like they are trying to gaslight those that want to die. Yeah, gaslighting. I'm not for gaslighting, for example. But in this situation, also, I would err on the side of not making hasty decisions like these. That's all I'm saying. I would err on not making hasty decisions. Right?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
If you want to die, you can die in 3 weeks' time rather than today. I think that's fine. I think that's a fine attitude to have. In euthanasia. But yeah, gaslighting, that's not... As I said, you just need to talk to a professional and you need to talk to the people you leave behind. Because as I said, it is... In my view, suicide is unethical, right? From my point of view, you're causing undue suffering. Well, I wouldn't even say ethical. I just... No. If you commit suicide, you are causing suffering. And I think the way to reduce that suffering... Yeah, no, I would say that's ethical. To have the conversation. That would be the ethical approach. To inform the people that you are going to hurt. I didn't even read these now. But I wouldn't want to wake up tomorrow and just finding a family member dead. Right? Without warning. Even with a little warning. I would want to have that conversation. I would want to have it over time, not just once, but talk about it. A couple of times. So I could say my piece. Yeah, I would want to say my piece. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair towards me. Indeed. I want to point out that I am in no sense I don't put myself as the one making that decision, though. The final decision. No. Just me saying my piece. That's all I'm arguing for. Alright, I gotta kill these fuckers. Are we good? I think I'm good. Alright. Sorxa says, I'm not sure if it changed recently, but it has been a crime to commit suicide in my country. I'm pretty sure it's a crime in my country as well, and I'm like, that's so dumb. Right. If they fail, right, a lot of people fail when they try. If they fail, what are we gonna do? Criminal charges? Yeah, that's gonna stop them. What were they thinking? Blasphemous says, why would you want them to talk to the people they know? That would lead to appeal to emotion fallacy. Yeah. It doesn't matter what they say. What matters is the people that they know, right? The family should get to say their piece, right? The problem I have with murder is not the person dead. It's the people who are still there that are getting all the suffering, right? I think it's sad that people die and it's lost potential, right? But then they are dead, right? The deed is done. All the suffering from death. I mean, you suffer and you die. Most of the time, it's a painful process as far as I'm aware. But what makes death so horrible is the survivors. Survivors, yeah. And I don't even know if that I would consider appeal to emotion fallacy. It's like, if you kill yourself, that is gonna make me feel like shit. That's just the truth. That's just someone expressing their feelings, right? Sure, it will lead to appeal to emotion fallacy. It doesn't matter. It's not about the person who kills themselves. Right? I mean, I've been deep down in depression. I didn't talk to anyone, but where I got was, I cannot do this to my family. I cannot put them through this horrible thing. That's what stopped me when I was on the fucking edge. That's what stopped me, right? Yeah. Just shitting all of those other people, I think that is way too rude. Those are the people who gets to suffer, yeah. Soxa says, do you think people are obligated to stay alive so they don't hurt people around them? Wait, do you think people are obligated to stay alive so they don't hurt people around them? Yeah, for 3 weeks or something like that, right? I think they're obligated when they make the decision that, well, obligated is a strong word. I would say for euthanasia, for death help, to get death help, part of that process would be, yeah, we're gonna need you to stay alive for 3 weeks and talk to these people, then we will give you a pill so you just will fall asleep. Yeah. That is what I think. I think it's very rude. Obligation, I don't know, right? Like I said, everybody has the right to kill themselves. You don't need a lot of tools to hang yourself. You can do that with a t-shirt and a sturdy tree, right? It's not super... If you really want to kill yourself, you can do that. I'm arguing euthanasia now. And I would not say that they are obligated to stay alive. I'm saying they're obligated to inform and let the people say their piece. That's what I'm arguing for. I wanted that for the people that kill themselves. I wanted to say my piece before they kill themselves. And I don't think that's too much to ask. Right? It's a big fucking decision. Why couldn't you wait 3 fucking weeks? If that's maybe 2 weeks, I don't know, 1 week. Right? Some arbitrary amount of time where that was needed to have these discussions. I don't see why that would be a problem. Lasmus is linking this book again. I think we've looked at this before. Yeah. Alright, millions of years ago, humans just happened, accidents of environment, and genetics contributed to the creation of sentient beings like us. Today, people no longer just happen. Sure they do, all the time. They are created by voluntary acts of other people. I did argue this point. I'm not sure I agree with this point. This book examines several questions about the ethics of human existence. Is this a good thing for humans? And is it ethical to keep making new humans? Now that reproduction is under our control. I say all of these things is not for me to decide for anyone else. Right? Now that reproduction is under our control, if it's under your control, then it is under your control. Then I should not be the one to decide for you. What would give me the authority? And given that a person exists through no fault of their own, is it immoral or irrational for him to refuse to live out his natural lifespan? Not at all. All these questions are answered in the negative. Nope, not out of misanthropy, but out of empathy of the human suffering and respect of human autonomy. The thing I don't like with usually the perspective that Blasphemous and these people take, they only look at a person dying. And I think that's dumb. That is very dumb. Right? The person who's dying, they are dead, and that's done and over, right? And I think it's fine. I think it's fine for people to just say, no, I don't want to do this anymore. Right? Like he said. But I would say that, right, the ethical discussion in this would not be about his suicide. The ethical discussion is about that this is bullshit. This is bullshit. It made a lot of sense. It feels like a very thought out. This here seems like a thought out thing, right? This was not an act of deep depression. My guess is that he just thought, oh, fuck that. I'm not spending 35 years in prison. I'm just not. It's not worth it. So he just said no. And I think that's fine. Hmm. Notrunner says we've talked about suicide at least once before. Deep Rock Galactic? Yeah, we've talked about 2 or 3 times before. And I'm still not getting behind that egotistical view, right, where it's only about the person dying. That's one of the least important people from my perspective, right? From my perspective, it's one of the least important aspects in talking about euthanasia. I mean, yeah, supported suicide. Least important. If we're talking the ethics of the thing, right? Ethics is how we treat other people. So suicide is what does that do to other people? What are the consequences? We've been talking about consequentialism as well. And one of the worst things you can do to another person, right, a loved one, is dying. That's the worst thing people have ever done to me. That's been dying. That's the worst thing they've done. Yeah. See, Banana Waffle Monkey says, I wonder if it being illegal is just a deterrent for people who aren't thinking logically. Or I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the point, right? The reason for it being illegal, of course, is the emotional thing that society does not want people to kill themselves because of all the suffering it causes. Therefore, society does what's the only thing they can do. Oh, we'll make it illegal. It's illegal to do this stuff. Right? It's old logic. Right, old psychology. Like it's not about psychology, right? It's old psychology. That's what it is. Let's call it that. Wonder if. Oh, right, no. Old psychology. Can probably just. Grab this. Oh, change a unique into a random unique. Oh, it's not a bow. Lasma says, the youth in Asia can't wait 3 weeks. Right. Why not, Blasphemous? Why not? Why is it that, oh, I need to kill myself. I come to the conclusion today, oh, I need to kill myself. And I need to kill myself today. Why? Why do you need to kill yourself today? Why is that so important? I don't get it. I don't see why. That's so fucking rude to everybody in your life. Everybody. Missed the joke? Fuck. Missed the joke. Damn it. I still don't get it. Even when you say there's a joke. Alright, Sorxa says, I would feel that people with young children are obligated to provide the best childhood for their children, which may include not suiciding. I don't know about that. The obligation part is interesting. I mean, I would prefer parents doing their best and not killing themselves. But that, you can make the same argument that people should never divorce. Right? It doesn't work out. If you get a person, like I can imagine a person, Shorksa, that had children and then live in constant pain that we know for a fact will never end. We know that for a fact. And I would say that that person living in pain and having their children have them alive and just seeing them in pain is just going to be traumatic for the child. So no, I don't. Yeah, I would never. I wouldn't. I mean, that's not even about suicide. I wouldn't put a legal need and a legal obligation on a parent to take care of their child. Some parents are unfit. And if the parent really don't want to take care of a child, not talking about suicide, if the parent really don't want to take care of the child, they shouldn't. Someone else should. The child should be given up to adoption or something like that. Because a child, a parent who fucking hates you, it's not a parent worth having. Yeah. Banana Waffle Monkey says, there was a suicide my senior year of high school. I never got to met the girl, but I still think about it from time to time. Yeah. Think about me, who has had friends who have died. I think about them fairly, from time to time. They pop up. Right? I still remember that. I'm never saying that to a person ever again. I once said to a friend of mine, were you dropped on the head as a child? He answered yes. Just that made me, oh fuck, what did I say? That dude later on went out and jumped in front of a train, like years later. Still, me saying that to him is stuck in my mind. And that fucking sucks. Why did I say that? Fucking teenagers. Fucking teenagers. Plasma says, what if they don't feel like talking to the people they know because they don't feel those people deserve it? That's actually a very good point, Plasmus. Who decides who they are required to talk to? I don't know how we could make that judgment. Who should they be? I mean, talking to a professional, that's easy to say. Parents? I mean, children, easily. Well, child couldn't say their piece. That's a very practical, difficult thing to say. Yeah, very good point. I don't know how to answer that. I would probably have to retract that. All right, so that would be an ethical thing, would be to, you have to talk to the people that you leave behind. That would be the ethical thing. Like the practical, political thing, I don't see how to implement it. But ethically, right, the people you leave behind, that's family, friends, people in your surrounding. Co-workers, probably. I mean, ethically speaking. And ethically, as we know, is just abstractions. Just abstractions. They're not practical, and trying to make them practical would never work. But yeah, making them practical... Yeah, just talking to professionals then. That would be the practical implementation of the thing. We could, like if we're talking just practicality, we could have the system in place that you talk to a professional, and part of what a professional does is that they talk to the others like an intermediary. And let's say, oh, they express their feelings like this, without, and the professional could do that without gaslighting, right? The professional could take what the family or whatever said to them and make a translation where there are no appeals to emotion. That would be a practical implementation, maybe. Just spitballing here. Banana Waffle Monkey says, and I'm sure a lot of other people are too. Yeah, thinking about people who commit suicide, yeah. Think about people who die all the time. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I don't think the joke was well placed. Like I completely missed the joke. Oh! Youth in Asia. Oh, now I get it. I think that was a funny joke. It just completely whoosh. Oh, that was funny. I love puns. Yeah. Oh, man. Sorxa said divorce is a different thing. I think it's much more possible to have happy children with divorced parents. Oh, yes, yes. But they are similar things, Sorxa. Similar things. I mean, ethically, I would argue creating a child. Actually, that's a good argument in this. Where is it? Oh, no, here we go. Having a child, I would go from this, is an argument that you are in. The child is your responsibility. That's part of having a child, is having this responsibility. Even though they often just happen. This is a little bit unfair, but if you make the informed decision to have a child, then I would say the child is your responsibility. So that's two different questions that intermingle with each other. I don't know which one I would value the most. The helping people with euthanasia, which I'm all for, right? I'm for euthanasia. I'm for it. I like it. I think it's a good idea. But I'm hesitant in placing responsibility onto people. Parent suiciding is probably much more likely to be traumatic to the child. That's why I say it may include not suiciding. Ah, that's very interesting, Sorksha, yeah. There are two different things that needs to be compared, and I don't know how I feel about the comparison. Maybe instead of 3 weeks? It is difficult to say, right? Someone who wants to kill themselves and think it over, and like their life is living pain and there's no way to get rid of the pain, and they say, well, I want to kill myself. Like the pain leads to all this rage, and all that rage could be potentially taken out on the children. Right? The children is fucked in this situation either way, right, Sorxa? The child is fucked in this hypothetical, right? Even before the suicide/not suicide decision has been made, just that decision has to be made. It makes the children fucked. So I would probably go the ethical route to, if that was the decision, again, time span. Rather, give the children up for adoption. There we go. Give the children up for adoption with no way of contacting you until they are, like? You know, you set up a system in place where they don't get to know until they are an adult. I don't know. 18, 25, some arbitrary age. Then they get to know what happened to their birth parents. Well, they gave you up for adoptions and then they committed suicide. That would probably be the most practical, right? The ethical way to do it. Something like that. Sorka says, if they are abusive, for example, the kid would have a better outcome if they're gone. But that is probably how I would go comparing those two things. Blasphemous says, I don't think they should have to talk to people that would just guilt them into living. For their own selfish reasons. Yeah, but they get to kill themselves for their own selfish reasons, Blasphemous, right? You're not right? They get to kill themselves for their own selfish reasons, but they don't get to try to keep you alive for their own selfish reasons. Why not? Lasmus says, what is the first automatic reaction if someone says they want to die? Oh no, you have to live. Yeah, and why is that? That's because we have norms and fucking stigmatized deaths and suicide, right? And one way to change those norms and those attitudes and those stigmatizations is through euthanasia. And I would say a stepping stone towards that would be a process like this. Right? Having empathy and coming to a situation where, well, like, there's a situation where there are no compromises, no one can be happy. Well, no, there is a compromise. That is the compromise. People, for their own selfish reasons, are allowed to guilt trip the person who wants to die. I think they should be allowed to, for their own selfish reasons, guilt trip the person, yeah. And I would have that. Actually, yeah, that's another thing. Ethically speaking, again, I would have that be in a professional setting with a professional, so that there could be an authority figure that stops this kind of behavior, right? Shuts it down, the gaslighting and whatnot. That would be another way to do it. Yeah. No Donor says, I think the impulse to commit suicide should be treated as a medical emergency. Yep. Nobody should just be waking up one day and decide to kill themselves the same day. Exactly. 3 weeks. Sorxa said, I am still resentful that I am born. I am sometimes resentful that I am born. Sometimes. Not all day, every day. It goes ups and down. I have better days and I have worse days, Sorxa. Don't you? Don't your days go like this? Some days are better, some days are worse? No? Some days you don't think about that. Other days you do. I'm arguing. If you want to kill yourself, then you want to kill yourself on the tops and the bottoms. Not just the very bottom. Right? Like, if you want to kill yourself 1% of the days, but 99% of the days, you're okay. You're okay to keep on living. Why should that 1% day decide the rest of the 99% days of your potential life? No Donor says, if someone has prolonged suffering, euthanasia should be an option society provides. I think it's ethical. I agree, No Runner. Right? There's been a lot of cancer in my family, and I've seen people waste away, right, in pain and suffering. And, like, if I get some sort of cancer and they tell me, well, you have a year left, and it's gonna be pain and suffering, then I'm gonna say, fuck it, I'm out. Yeah, fuck it, I'm out. It's not worth it. Like the last year, if I'm so broken down, what's the point? I would say. Sorxa say, I feel the point is that in most of these cases, these people are a huge part of the reason why people even feels like suiciding. Yeah, good point. Yeah, the people guilting them into living. Parents not doing a good job in raising the child. Yeah, of course. Of course your environment is a huge part of it. That's why we would have to protect whoever wanted to commit suicide, right? protect them in these situations. Wait, is this the same? No, it's not the same. I can just get rid of that, though. I can get rid of that, keep that. Like so. But, yeah, here we go. Blasphemous says, your life is your own. Your life is not someone else's. I don't prescribe to the idea that you can own life. I don't believe in slavery. I'm surprised that you do, Blasphemous. Like, isn't that part, like a big part of... And I didn't finish reading the message, I'm sorry. Isn't that part of anarchy? Just saying that you shouldn't be able to own life. Your want to die is more important than their want for you to live. Why, Blasphemous? Why is it that way? Your want to die is... Isn't that on a case-on-case basis, right? Your want to die can look very different today and tomorrow, and person X from person Y, they can all look very differently, right? Right? Aren't you for reducing the suffering in the world? Suicides create more suffering than it eliminates. Just statistically speaking, right? There's more suffering because of suicide than it eliminates. If you want to go the... What is it called? The utilitarian route. And I sometimes like doing utilitarian arguments. Yeah. Nodonor says, anything less than this is saying you don't own yourself. Yeah, I don't like owning people. I'm not comfortable with that. Saying that you can own your own life, meaning that you can sell your own life, right? That's ownership. It also implies that someone else can own you, no? I didn't understand your point, Nodonor. Anything less than this is saying you don't own yourself. Yeah, I would want to say that. You don't own yourself. Yeah, I'm curious. Why is your want to die more important than their want for you to live? That's curious. Banana Wafflemonk says, a lot of people have had this thought, but I sure wish as a child I knew everything I do now. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, man, I've been daydreaming about that. I try not to, right? Because that is comparing yourself to another person, and that's usually not a healthy, mentally healthy thing to do. Comparing yourself to a imagined potential version of yourself. Yeah. But time traveling back in your own past, like the movie Butterfly Effect. Oh, I haven't thought about that movie in a long time. That would be cool, but I don't think it's unhealthy thinking that way too much, that type of daydreaming. I don't know. Sorks essay. I wouldn't say I always want to kill myself, but I almost always wish I wasn't born. I'm pretty sure that that's not in the forefront of your mind at all times. I mean, you can have that attitude, but you don't think about it all the time, do you, Sorksa? They continue, and also always resentful of being born and how my parents shaped my childhood. Yeah, that resentment. But that resentment you can deal with, right? Forgiveness is a possibility. It's like, oh, I heard that quote yesterday at the latest. Forgiveness is a gift you give to yourself, not anyone else. Yeah, forgiving someone else is a gift that you give to yourself, not to them. Yeah. letting go of resentments is about you and your mental health. Right? You can still distance yourself from, right? If your parents, if you don't like your parents, I mean, I like my parents. I still resent them from time to time. Like, I don't know if there's any child that does not resent their parents from time to time or to some degree for X kind of reasons. Those emotions, like, it's done, it's over. Your childhood was shaped that way. Sure, distance yourself from them if it's that bad. Also, if you are resenting them, then maybe one thing to do is to live a mentally healthy life in spite of them. Because then you can be proud of yourself for fucking doing it. Blasphemous says, besides for my euthanasia joke, I'm perfectly fine with a 3-week waiting period. That's more than generous. Yeah. I think, yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'm like 3 weeks I pulled out of my ass, right? What I want is just the decision to be static over these ups and downs. I want them to be ups and downs. And just talking to people. Professionals. And I get your point that practically inviting parents that maybe fucked you up, I think I have to concede that might not be super viable. They should be informed that the process is going on. Maybe that is enough. Not forcing the person who started the process to talk to them. I would probably have to concede that practical point that, I don't see how that can. That probably is not gonna work out. The whole point with the euthanasia system is to reduce the amount of suicides, right? Of the pointless suicides. The 1% suicides. 1 versus 99% suicides. Banana Waffle Monkey says, that's interesting. I don't wish I was dead mostly because as far as I'm concerned, you can't be undead. But I sure wish circumstances were different. Yeah, that's a good point, Banana Waffle Monkey. Wish yourself wasn't born is kind of an extreme stance to take. You could just wish circumstances were different. Why did they have to be... Right? The reasons that you wish that you wasn't born, right, in your day-to-day life, the reasons why you feel that way. Can't you just wish that these circumstances were not like that? Wouldn't that be a thing to practice? Yeah, mental practice. If you feel like... That's very I like that, Banana Wolf Monkey. I'm gonna try to remember that in my own life. When I start feeling like... Why not just wish for those circumstances that makes these feelings arise? Wish for them to be different. And change those stuff around. But there was a difference, Banana Wolf Monkey. They didn't say that they wish they were dead. They wish they weren't born. There's a big difference. Yeah. Right. When I had my suicidal spout, that wasn't me wishing I was dead. That was me not wanting to live. And there is a difference. There is a significant difference. I don't want to be alive. I don't want to die. Well, I didn't want to die. But I also did not want to stay alive in my circumstances. Right? But that's, right, deep down in a depression, you're not thinking rationally, right? Your emotional takes the over... Oh, man. Yeah, Blasphemous had a great... Human Equal Garbage. Was that the song? Or the band? I don't remember. It was a great lyric that really was spot on those extreme irrational emotions just taking over, just pure rage, pure depression, pure hatred, pure sadness, just not wanting any more of it. Yeah, stress builds character. Exactly. Dystopia, stress builds character. Those lyrics pointed out, yeah, they were spot on my experience anyway. That's just anecdotal though, from me and this author, right? So I can't speak for anyone else. I can only speak for myself on that point. Yeah, but for me it was pure emotion. Terrible fucking emotions as well. Lesman says, I would have said a few months. That would be more time to make sure that this is a decision they won't definitely follow through with. Yeah, I think the balancing act is, right, you want, right, from like a society standpoint, you want to make that waiting period and these discussions as long as possible. But there's the balancing act. There's like a sweet spot statistically where less and less people do it themselves. And you would probably want to find that sweet spot where statistically you get to as many people as possible that just don't say, oh, I'm not waiting a few months. Right? A lot of people would say that, so there is like a balancing factor. Where that would end up, I don't know. Let's see. Banana Waffle Monkey says, assuming my meds don't fuck me up when I start them tomorrow. Are you starting meds tomorrow, Banana Waffle Monkey? What meds? If you don't mind me asking. Also, meds usually don't make you wish. Meds usually don't cause pain. There are. I know there are meds that ends up people. Right? If you're super depressed, there are meds that gives you more energy, and that extra energy could then be used to make that effort to commit suicide. That has happened from some meds, but that's not the meds fucking you up. That's just the meds giving you energy to act on emotions that you already have. Sorxa said, I mean, just because I don't always think of it doesn't mean that it is not important. And also maybe some people can, but I can't forgive people who are still hurting me. Yeah, if they're hurting you and are gonna hurt you still in the future, then distancing yourself, changing their environment is my recommendation, right? Cannot forgive something that will happen in the future. That's... yeah, forgiveness is a gift you give to yourself about something that happened in the past. And we're talking it takes time to forgive people. You can't forgive something someone did, yes, well, it depends. Severity of whatever they did to you, right? Yeah, so, right. If you stole some of my candy yesterday, I can forgive you today. That's fine. You get my point. So severity and time, they're both variables in forgiveness, right? Someone taking an axe and accidentally chopping off your foot. Can't really forgive that tomorrow, can you? Might not ever be able to forgive, but that's... it's a goal to strive for, right? And I mean, one point of looking at these things, if you can't forgive, then the best way is to just distance yourself so you don't think of it anymore. So you just leave it behind. One way or the other. Right? I understand that people who are hurting you now, like in the future, that I would really encourage you to try. Why don't you just buy a house, Sorxa? Buy a house. It's that simple. I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's easy, but you can have a goal to distance yourself. You might not be able to, but That is the goal. You have a goal to work towards, to focus on. Maybe, I don't know. Node owner says, you own yourself, but you can't sell yourself because you're not a car. You're in the driver's seat for your whole life. I don't buy that. You're not in the driver's seat. You'll always own yourself as long as you live. Alright. Ownership. What is ownership? Right. Oh, we can do Merriam-Webster. We can do Wikipedia. State of being an owner. Alright. So what is an owner? A person who owns something. One that has the legal or rightful title to something. To one whom property belongs. I don't know what that means. Title to something? I don't know what that is. It's a legal thing. Right, we have here ownership is the state or fact of exclusive rights and control over property. In the abstract is what belongs to or with something, whether it's an attribute or a component of said thing. In the context of this article, which may be an asset, including an object, land, right? I think land should not be able to be owned. Real estate, I don't think intellectual property should be a thing. Or until the 19th century, human beings, right? If human beings can be owned, you can sell them. You can give them away, exclusive rights to control. And I don't like that as being part of ownership. Yeah. I think we can have laws protecting humans from harm that does not have to contain humans as things to be owned. I don't like it. I suppose as it stands right now, legally you own yourself, right? I don't like it. I would want it to be differently, legally speaking. Right? So sure, you own yourself, and you can sell yourself. That's prostitution, right? That's selling yourself. Or just getting a job, that is selling yourself, right? Someone control what you do for money. You are no longer in control what you're doing in your job. That is human being as property. I don't fucking like it. And yeah. That's my personal opinion on the things. Yeah. Just like land. Land is a different matter, though. Land, I have the problem with land is I don't see how you can derive land ownership without force or threat of force. And I don't like that. Human beings, I just think that owning... I think we should own stuff. We own stuff that are not alive. Yeah. That's what I think. Node owner says, I like it. I think humans are property. And that's fine, node owner. That is fine then. We have a disagreement that we can argue more about in the future. I like that. I like that. Alright. I'm trying to keep up with the chat here. Let's see. Regarding why people have to do things now, suicide or no, sometimes it's hard to bring yourself to do something you want unless you're driven by emotions. Wait. Regarding why people have to do things now, suicide or not, sometimes it's hard to bring yourself to do something you want unless you're driven by emotions. I would argue you're always driven by emotions. Unless you have the energy, right? If you don't have the energy, then suicide is, right? Then suicide is not really that important to you. If you have to do it now, then it's not that important to you. That's my argument, Sorxa. But yeah. If you need that specific 1% of the time to motivate you, to bring yourself to commit suicide, then is it really that important? Is that thing that drives you that far, that specific emotion, that thing, that trigger that just happens once in a blue moon, is that thing worth killing yourself over? If you think about it. The answer is probably no, right? And the more rational approach and the more thing that is better for society and maybe better, well, it might not be better for yourself, like for the individual, right? That's why I'm saying that the individual doesn't matter as much, because if that individual kills themselves, then they're dead, so it doesn't really matter anymore for them, right? But that 1% kind of thing, if you don't kill yourself, we can change that environmental thing. Right? We can change the environmental thing. Or you never to feel that way again. Or maybe 1 or 2 times more in your life you feel that way again. That's not worth it to... That's my personal opinion. Burksa says a similar example would be cutting off unabusive partners. You don't cut them off when you have... Wait, if you don't cut them off when you have that, you may lose their will or be swayed by their love bombing. I missed the context. I'm so behind on the chat right now. Cutting off an abusive partner. You separate yourself from an abusive partner though, right? Cutting them off, I don't... But leaving an abusive partner is about the person leaving, not about cutting off. No? May lose their will or be swayed by their love bombing. Oh, right. Someone is abusive, and you stay and you stay and you stay and you stay far too long. Yeah. Don't do victim blaming. It was kind of what I was doing, eh? Victim blaming. If I was doing that, fuck. Need to rethink that. This is the drug Banana Waffle Monkey was gonna start on. Sorxa says, in terms of suicide, that would be assuming that they have already decided on the long term that they should do it. Oh, if someone has decided, then they can just wait and jump through the hoops and then do it. That's what the euthanasia system I'm arguing for is all for, right? The waiting period is for the ones that just... And the point is not to be swayed by love bombing. There we go. Yeah, the point is not to make immediate decisions. Yeah. Banana Waffle Monkey says, psychiatrist said they could make me manic. Ooh. Yeah, my psychiatrist said depression and mania can be a dangerous combination due to that. I'm assuming that was the increased... Yeah, exactly. These are the ones. Depression and these. You gain extra energy. Yeah, it can become manic. I've been on these. They are very invasive. They did not help me. And I still have... They fucked up some things in my head that I'm still working with. Yeah, they are very... Yeah, I had... Not this exact thing, but I had SSRI, SSNRI. I tried both. And they are invasive. Yeah. But also, a lot of people have been helped from them. Sorxa says, yes, it's hard because 1, houses are extremely expensive. Yeah. I can't have a house unless I'm married or above 35. Oh, wow. Unless I get a private house, which is even more extremely expensive. 3, I'm so mentally unstable I cannot do a full-time job, so I'm struggling as a freelancer. It's rough. So I can say that at least in the next 5 years, I'm unlikely to afford staying away from them. Oof. There are other ways to do distancing. Right? My example was not literally buy a house. That's sorry, I was using an in-joke. Right? People say to the homeless, how do we solve homelessness? Well, the homeless people should just buy houses. Problem solved. That was what I was joking around with, that I've solved your problem by just saying distance yourself. But you can work on it, right? Distance yourself mentally and physically. And start trying to manipulate them in a way to stop hurting you, right? I'm not saying that it's easy, but you're motivated to do these things. Yeah. Well, Wolfmonk says, hey, 5 minimum power charges. Oh, congratulations. Good job. Node Runner, oh, we're up here now. Node Runner he thinks human are property. I think slavery is wrong because it's owning a human being against their will. But, alright, if someone sold themselves to a job or sex work, I think that's okay. But it's against my will to own myself. Right, Node Runner? Right? You say humans are property, and you force me to own myself. That's against my will, isn't it, Node Runner? Sorry, that was just splitting hairs. I get your point, yeah. There's a difference. There's a difference between selling yourself or just taking ownership off. And I'm happy we found this disagreement, because this is something, Node Runner, I want to get back to, because I'm not sure. We've been reading about ownership, and I don't know what to think about it metaphysically. Metaphysically, it's a very interesting idea. But Anna Wafflemonkey says, me quitting cigarettes and caffeine was an impulse idea to take before I lost the motivation to, even though I had other stuff I needed to do that withdrawal would impair. That's not true. You're lying to us, Banana Wafflemonkey. You are lying to us. The decision to quit cigarettes, you do that impulsively. You make the first step, but you make the decision again 5 minutes later. The next time you feel like smoking, you make the decision again. And then the next time you feel like smoking, you make the decision again and again and again. I'm a year off tobacco. I'm still making the decision. I still get the urge. Not often, but from time to time. The urge gets to me and I'm making the decision again. So yeah, that's... I'm not buying it. Banana Wolf Monkey says fair point, yeah. Sorry for calling you a liar. Of course you're not a liar. That was me being mean rhetorically. That was me being very unfair, right? I made a good point, but I did it in an unfair way. So yeah, no. Sorry about that. Node Owner says, I was offered this drug. I took another one instead. Yeah, I got offered this drug and I took it too lightly. This was offered to me super fucking fast, and I was in a mood that I wouldn't look into what it was or what it does. I was not in the state of mind to look into this, so I just took it. I was just, help me, I don't know what to do. I was in that kind of situation, so I started taking it just to do something, and that was, yeah. Sorxa says, I think the problem is that sometimes they're forced by circumstance to agree to it, like poverty, yeah. Starvation. You have the decision to starve or prostitution. Right. That's a false dichotomy though, Sorxa. You can do other stuff, but it is a valid point. Right? a lot of communists and anarchists would probably argue that just having the economic system as it stands, the consumeristic and capitalist system as it stands, makes slaves of us all in an extreme political perspective, right? Right. But that you can be forced to do stuff either way, right? It doesn't matter if the ownership question is not necessarily relevant. You can be forced by force to do something that you don't want, or by circumstances to do something you don't want to do. Like poverty can drive you to do many things. That is true whether we say that owning humans is possible, if that should be a thing or not. Yeah, it doesn't change that fact. No, says Socks. Two Socks. I think the solution to that is to improve poverty. Wait. Lessen poverty, right? Less poverty. Maybe universal basic income. Oh man, stroking my political views here. Oh man. I did vote for a party called the Basic Income Party. That was the name of the party I voted for, so it's, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's problem with poverty. It can have it either way. Yeah, I do like universal basic income. That would help out, right? Never having people... That is giving people more control of their lives, so they don't have that feeling that, oh man, I have to do X. Yeah. Blasphemous says, maybe Cider should just buy them all a house. Yes, that. If I could, I would, Blasphemous. If I could, I would, yeah. Sorxa says, yeah, I believe in UBI. But lots of people don't, unfortunately. Oh, it's gonna take time, Sorxa. Just keep arguing it. It's inevitable, I think. Like, if society is gonna keep on moving and not collapsing for some other stuff, some sort of UBI is like some way of lessening the time you spend working. It's inevitable. With that in mind, yeah. So it's a question of when, I think. Hopefully it's a question of when. Sorxa says, is the drug your cat? You're touching your cat while saying that. Oh, that wasn't me saying that. I was just reading the other drug. But I like cats. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I have a history of medications doing nothing, except for one which made me sleep all day, and one that made me vomit, but none of which had any impact on my emotions. This is not an emotional thing, though. Cymbalta. This is an energy drug. Banana Waffle Monkey. This drug gives you more energy to deal with your emotions. And actually, I'm not even sure that is a thing, a drug impacting emotions. Drug can give you stimuli, and those stimuli can give rise to emotions, I suppose, in a roundabout kind of way. But emotions just happen to you. This drug is all about giving you the energy to deal with your emotions. Yeah. That's when it works. Maybe, yeah. The norepinephrine part might. Yeah, the serotonin does not do the emotion thing, but I can't say it. Norepinephrine. Noradrenaline, we call it in Swedish. I think. Yeah, epinephrine is adrenaline. Yeah. EpiPen, that's an adrenaline pen. Yeah, so epinephrine and adrenaline's pretty much the same. It's not the exact same. Epinephrine is worse? Fuck, I forget my neurotransmitters. A long time ago, and I'm bad with names. I'm terrible with names. Ugh. Sorxa says, the relation I draw is that the law is against slavery and human ownership to protect... Wait. The relation I draw is that the law is against slavery and human ownership to protect people who are too poor and have to sell themselves to survive. Against slavery and human ownership is no. That's about people clasping you in iron and forcing you to do stuff. That's... Right. That was a... Most of human history, and still, I think, slavery has been a thing. People owning other people. Just not them selling themselves to other people. It's just person X selling person Y to person Z. That is the new laws about slavery and human ownership. That is stopping that from happening. But Wolfmike says, some at maximum doses too. Well, oh man. Plasma says, they'll find a way to screw up UBI. They always do, eh, Blasphemous? Small iterative changes, that's what I argue for. Just start doing it. Don't make it a black and white jump that, oh, tomorrow everybody starts getting UBI. Instead, replace like pensions and child, right? All the people who gets money from the government right now, just transform all that into a UBI thing. And then have the expressed statement that the plan is to, in the end, give this to all the people. Something that I liked was that we start from the oldest people and the youngest people, and of course all the sick people. And then we start just moving younger and younger and younger, and older and older and older. So the people in the middle is the one that have to stay and work the longest. Sucks to be them. Yeah. That's my idea of how to implement it. By iterative changes. Yeah. Sorxa says, yes it is, to something. I missed the context. Blasphemous say, they tried giving me a med that made stuff come out of 3 holes at once. It felt like rape. Ah, I can that is not a pleasant experience. Yeah, that is not a pleasant experience at all. Node owner says that SSRIs and SSNRIs can make people feel bland emotionally. Can they? Haven't heard about that. This anal plague sanctuary. Oh man. This player's AFK. Oh fuck, I need to do some crafting here. Lightning modifiers. Alright, what we do is that we do this. Just craft the maps. Oh, reforge? Not upgrade. Alright, do we have some trash here? Is this trash? And that's trash. 76 life. Alright, what's this? How much life? 70, 80. Alright, let's just try it. No life. No life. No life. Alright. Maybe they do that. Make you feel bland. They did not do... Well, I suppose they lessened my anxiety. Fuck, I had difficult remembering. Note says it takes weeks to months for these medications to start working, and you may need to try many drugs before you find the one that works. For me, I had to try 4 different drugs before I found a good one. Yeah, I tried 3 different. 2 SSRIs and 1 SSNRI. And then they gave up. The doctor gave up and said, yeah, there's no point. And I agreed with them. And there was a lot of environmental factors that had to change in my life in that situation that I was in. There are some things that didn't work out for me. Right? In the context I was, the drugs was not gonna help. Unfortunately. Blasphemous says maybe not everyone has a chemical imbalance. I mean, one could argue that the medication gives you a chemical imbalance, right? What's an imbalance? I could see like getting more energy to deal with your emotions. That's... If you look at the SSRIs like that, as a tool, rather than fixing a problem by itself, I think that's the mistake, right? For me, I should have gotten into like into therapy at the same time, but what they did instead was first the drugs, then the therapy. And the therapy would have helped me, alright, I would have been able to deal with the therapy much more efficiently if I had gotten the drugs with the therapy, I think. Sorxus says, I never found a good one. The doc said, you either live with the side effects or something that doesn't work. Wait. Oh. I mean, there are... I think the idea of chemical imbalances is too narrow-minded, right? Even if there is someone that just purely has a chemical imbalance there where they hit their head or something broke, like biologically speaking, I think that's rare. But let's say, I think most people, it's probably not like that. It's emotional things. And there are 2 things that makes you being able to deal with your emotions. That is you have your, what's it called, your environment and your predisposition. Like it's you and the environment. Those 2 interact. You can do work on yourself to teach yourself to better handle the environment, and you can change your environment. That's what you can do as an individual, right? I'm not removing the environment from blame here. I'm just saying that you can't really do anything about your environment. That's how I get away with doing the victim blaming thing that I'm doing right now. If we don't care about what has happened, it's what is going to happen. The only thing you can do... Oh, why is... That was weird. He's been here. Enough of this, eh? Ah. That's what I thought. Therapy was minimally helpful for me also, right? Therapy is a tool as well. You can do work by yourself, I suppose. Oh, I need to... There's too much loot.
Just need a moment to catch my
Too much loot. Oh no! Too much loot.
Cool
I'm
winds.
already overdue. I was thinking of starting reading, but that we'll see how it happens. Could just skip the maps. I don't know. All right. Yeah, therapy. Yeah. I think the best therapy I ever had was from that YouTube and Twitch stream that I recommended yesterday, healthygamer.gg. That has been the most helpful therapy, and I didn't even talk to the therapist. It was just a therapist doing YouTube videos. That was very helpful for me. A lot of them, like self-help stuff. Yeah. Self-help stuff worked for me. It's madness. Very weird. Well, it wasn't therapy because... Yeah, it was
Exile.
guiding my self-work. Yeah. Call it that. That was an aid. Like a tool for helping me guide me in my self-work. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I heard in a video that some of the meds that alter your default mode network, but I also wasn't fully paying attention to the video. Yeah, that's... I've heard as well, something like that. We're starting the fight. I wonder if I should get point blank. Part of me wants to get point blank. Alright, someone is asking me or them. Alright. Both. You can both answer. I'll answer when I get to it. I'm behind on the chat again. I'm just in the middle of a boss fight.
Damn you!
Yeah, we killed her. Alright. Different between different therapists. Yep, there is a difference. Banana Waffle Monkey says therapy worked wonders for me until that got moved the fuck online.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Sorxa says chemical imbalance is an impact, just not a cause of depression. Lasma says, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, the egg, obviously.
Fantastic.
Dinosaurs lay eggs long before there were such a thing as a chicken. Sorry. I always answer like that. Part of me wants to believe that there is always like emotional things, and that dealing with those emotional or environmental aspects. But probably I can see that, right? Sometimes the brain just, sometimes the body just gets cancer, right? So it would make sense that sometimes the brain just, right? Maybe you have, like, cancers, usually you get abused, right? There's stuff out of our control. Sometimes that the medicine and the drugs are just enough, right? Maybe it's just one of those things. Could be that. I don't know. I take a gander that nobody really knows. We don't know enough about neuropsychology yet to make any certain statements about those things. The only thing they do know is for a lot of people, the drugs help. That's what they say, right? The drug helps for a lot of people. Then they just cop out and call it a chemical imbalance, I suppose. And Wolf Monkey says in all caps, that was who the lecture was from. The Gamer GG guy. And the lecture on... Yeah, on the drugs, yeah. I think a lot of the stuff he does and the attitudes that I've gotten from him, like not the religious ones, obviously I'm not religious, but the psychiatry things. Alright. I do whatever I can do that the therapist suggested. Yeah, that's exactly what I did, right? Do all the introspection, yeah. All the introspection. Think them. Yeah. I think why Jung and Jungian psychology is that important or popular right now is that all that work on, I don't want to call it shadow work like Jungian do, but like for me, the anger management, for example, just not lying to myself anymore about being a very angry person. Just all that stigmatized anger that I've had, just saying, oh, it's fine me being angry. I'm allowed to be angry and allowing myself to be angry instead of having that manipulated, mind-controlling attitude that I got taught by my environment, right? That was very helpful. Plasma says, have you ever tried just talking, or have you ever tried just talking, or have they been rather dismissive? Oh yeah, that was probably asking you, Sorxa. And I've had dismissive, and sometimes that has helped me as well, right? Just me being able to say whatever I want in a non-judgmental situation. That's not super helpful, but it's like a coping mechanism. Expressing myself. Express yourself. That's a good piece of advice. Plasma said, yeah, was asking you to Sorxa. My therapists have been okay, generally not rude or dismissive. Could always get worse, could always get better, eh? Could always get worse, could always get better.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Alright, what else do we have? I will ask for examples, Sorxa. How did you deal with this problem? I tried XYZ, and she would say something fancy like, you're still yourself, no matter how people see you, and continue XYZ. It's... I mean, it's difficult to know. Let's see. You were trying What was the goal of XYZ? I'm curious. We're trying XYZ to... feel better about yourself? You're still yourself no matter how people see you. I mean, that's the thing. If you enjoy doing XYZ and you think that XYZ makes sense to you to do, then yeah, continue doing that. I mean, think about the consequences. If the consequences of you doing XYZ is mental, like, pay attention to what happens within you when you do XYZ. What are the emotions that arise when you do XYZ? That is what I would ask. And then, right? If you do XYZ and you pay attention to your emotions and you notice that, well, my emotion just gets worse from doing XYZ, then maybe not do it. Difficult to say. Don't blame her because I don't know how else anyone could have helped me anyway. Yeah, playing the blame game. Right? If you end up in a situation where you play the blame game, I don't think that's usually very helpful. I mean, blame where blame is due by all accounts. I'm a pragmatist, right? And personally, for me, playing the blame game and feeling all that rage towards people for whatever reason makes me feel bad. So I prefer not to. Yeah, I prefer not to. To quote Elsa, let it go. It's not easy, but it's something one can practice to do, I suppose. And I'm way behind. That's why I feel I'm just unhelpable. I don't know. I don't think anyone is unhelpable. If it's depression, then no. It's just the terrible thing about depression, like not the terrible thing, but one terrible thing about depression is that it's debilitating, right? Yeah, it's debilitating. And a lot of the reasons of being depressed are it puts you in a situation where you have to do work. So you get this thing that happens to you that is very debilitating and you don't have any energy to deal with it. But usually it is something that requires dealing with, right? Suppressed emotions needs to be unsuppressed. For example, if you have a lot of suppressed emotions, you need to deal with those emotions. For example, but when you're depressed, it has gone to such a point that you don't have the energy to deal with those emotions. Maybe you need to change your environment. Maybe you need to leave a relationship. But you're all exhausted, and leaving a relationship takes a lot of work. That's where drugs might help some people, right? I think. I'm so behind on chat now. I'm trying to play and read, but Blasphemous says that is common, feeling unhelpable. So what can I do? I mean, we're not therapists, any of us. We're just some people giving advice, right? So take it all with a grain of salt. We don't know any better than you, but I really recommend healthygamer.gg. That helped me anecdotally, right? It might help you, it might not. It's worth giving it a go, checking out a couple of videos. He do a lot of different kind of things. Maybe one of the things helps you, right? He interviews people live on stream, and he gives seminars and educational stuff. He's memeing around. I don't know. I don't watch it anymore because I don't have the need anymore. Sorxa says, what I am really upset is that they are so understaffed. I can only talk to her once per 3 weeks. The point of therapy is, right, you go to the therapy and you leave. Well, not the point, but for me, it has gone either way, right? Sometimes I just need to talk and vent, right? Just expressing myself, getting my emotions out there. If you need to do that, just find some place to vent where it's okay. Non-judgmental, right? Where people don't judge you for venting your stuff, right? It doesn't have to be a therapist. It could be a friend, a stranger on the internet, like anyone. Just find someone to vent to talk to, and just get rid of all that. Right? If you're in a situation where you cannot express your rage towards the person that you want to express rage, or it doesn't have to be rage, right? If you want to express feelings and you feel that you can't, find some other outlet just to express yourself. I think that's a good idea. For example, like just talking about here, only see her once per 3 weeks. And then you can use the actual therapy to try and come to insights on the therapy that you take home with you, that you bring with you, that you like something that you can change within your own mode of either thought patterns or behavioral patterns, right? Because that is often what it takes, right? When you work on mental health. If you have mental unhealth, it's often a behavioral or thought pattern that doesn't necessarily have to be, but it could be. And if there is one, then practicing not doing that. Something that I've been doing a lot and trying to do is just practicing taking deep breaths. Plenty of times during the day, just taking a break, like right now, and just and maybe another one. Yeah, I think that helps me. I don't know. Blasphemous asks, what is it that you want, right? That's a good question. That you can attain with the situation you've been given. Are your expectations for what you want reasonable to obtain? If not, what are some alternatives that you could put time into figuring out? Introspection. Yeah, all those questions are very good. Right. Introspection. What is it that I want? That is not necessarily an easy answer to find. That takes introspection. That takes noticing your own emotions, right? What do I feel like right now? Ask yourself that from time to time. What do I feel like, and why do I feel like this? And what would I want to do to change that? What are you able to change in the situations? Yeah. All good questions. Let's see. Sorxa answers. Oh, I'm way behind. You've left me behind, it seems. Mostly to feel better about the situation. Is that reasonable and obtainable? I don't know. feel better about the situation. You can change your perspective. You can always practice your thought patterns. Right? Playing the blame game will not make you feel better, for example. I don't believe. I don't think the blame game makes you feel better. Focusing in on all the bad shit that is happening in the situation might not make it better. Right? There are two ways. You look at the emotions and you deal with them and you accept them within yourself. There's also the other approach where you just distract yourself from the emotions that you feel, which is fine short term, like that are strategies. Just to think about something else. If you can't deal with it right now, then think about something else. You can structure your thoughts, do some other activity. Play video games, yeah. To be able to accept the situation you've been given. That's a tall order, but it's a good thing to, right? It is what it is. It's also good advice. Being able to think it is what it is. Now, what can I do about it? Accepting the situation is not, right? You have to accept that this is the situation. But you don't necessarily have to accept that it's, therefore it has to be this way. That's not accepting the situation. Accept the situation and say, find a goal to change it. Sorxa says, I don't mind doing X, Y, Z. Just that it's not helping enough and I'm still suffering. Mental health takes time. Time and effort, yeah. Blasphemous says, to realize it is not the end because it's the hand you've been dealt. Wait, to realize it is not the end because this is the hand you've been dealt. Yeah, you have been dealt a hand. And that is the hand you have to deal with. Nice, I like that. Sorxa says to Blasphemous, ideally I can change the situation. Yeah, baby steps. That's one thing. If you want to change the situation, don't think in a large, what do I want in the future? Sure, have a dream and dream that, but leave that dream behind. Split that dream into small fucking baby steps. And the baby steps that you can deal with right now. What can you do right now for a change to happen in 5 years? And you were talking about 5 years. Actually, what change can you make to reduce those 5 years to maybe 4.5 years? Baby steps. What baby steps can you do? Focus on what you can do, yeah. But feeling better about it is the second best option. Yeah, why not both? Do both things. Right? Some things you should not feel better about, right? If you're in a situation and people are bullying you, you should not feel better about people bullying you. That's not gonna happen, right? That's not gonna happen. It's you can have an attitude that you can try and deal with it, right? You can accept that you are being bullied and you are gonna be bullied for a while in the future, if that is X, Y, Z, right? And try to strengthen and harden yourself, still dealing with the emotions. Maybe trying to deal with the people as well. I don't know. But you have to accept that if you get bullied, I'm using this as an example, I don't know if that's happened, but it doesn't matter. If you're being bullied, then wanting to cry and feeling sad about being bullied, you have to accept those feelings. Not say, oh no, I don't want to feel bad about it, because you will feel bad about it. Not repressing the emotions, rather finding a structure to allow yourself to feel these feelings in a constructive way. don't want to realize this is not the end because it's the hand you've been dealt. So nah. You want to change the situation, which would be preferable, right? Oftentimes changing the situation is preferable, but doing both, right? Change your behavioral patterns, your thought patterns, and that is how you change the situation, right? Look at your own patterns and see how you possibly could change those. Last one says, yeah, that can be a sucky situation where you do something because that is what you are told you are supposed to do to fix it, but you don't feel like it's helping. Then you may start wondering what is it that you might be doing. Right? There is one thing as a therapist's I work like this. Therapists say, do this. And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll try that for a week. But then what I need is someone to convince me. I need to be convinced that this can be helping. That if I get convinced that this can be helped me because of this reason, right? I'm convinced that, right? I've been convinced that taking the deep breaths and doing that often, I have been convinced that that will help with mental health. You have not been convinced of that, right? Me personally, I need someone to convince me of that thing. That is why healthygamer.gg was good for me. He was very good at convincing. He was very good He was very good at rhetorics of convincing me of the things that I needed convincing of. Because that allowed me to change my behavioral and thought patterns. Banana Waffle Monkey says, were you looking for help or were you looking for support and validation? Yeah, exactly. That was I was talking about earlier, right? Find someone to vent for. That's just support and validation. Yeah, therapist is not supposed to be your friend. I mean, you don't even have to vent to a friend. I've vented to a lot of people that were not friends. They were just circumstantial people. Sorxa says, more towards help, but maybe that's because my therapist does not really provide much validation. Yeah, which is okay because I can get that from friends. Nice, that's very nice. Is it expensive? My friend recommended it too. Wait, what is expensive? Okay, he didn't recommend, he just said he went for group sessions and found that helpful. Group sessions of... Yeah, group sessions you can find anywhere, right? If you want to find group sessions to talk to people, then you can find that for free, right? And just finding people to talk to, that's for free as well. I mean, I feel like we're not very judgmental here. We're talking about it right now. Well, you're not really expressing yourself. You get my point. You can find people to talk to. Blasphemous says, this guy is a former therapist. His channel is good too. Oh, is that the Mark guy? No, Daniel. There we go. Daniel Mackler. Yeah, I put him in on the list, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm looking forward to look at that. Banana Waffle Monkey says, rule of thumb, in my opinion, is to do you feel better or worse or no different coming out of the session? I would not go that way with therapy, no. Rule of thumb is, do you feel better or worse? But, I mean, it depends on the situation, right? For me, the best therapy, I've been feeling worse. But not worse, right? I've been... Right? Part of my issues, like personally for me, has been accepting my own feelings, right? And expressing my own feelings. Allowing myself to feel worse rather than running away from it, escapism, escaping from it. So for me, I was feeling worse, kinda. And you get my point. Right, so rule of thumb, it depends, right? It could... It depends. Plasma says, if that therapist is not working out, you could try and seek a different one. Yeah. Yeah. Therapist should not be... But, yeah. Sorxa says, I will check it out later. Yeah, Daniel Mackler, healthy GG. Act 7 down. Nice, Banana Wolf Monkey. That was fast. No difference. I don't see a difference over the long term either. Yeah, so that seems like it's not really working out. Have you said to the therapist that you feel this way, right? Have you expressed to the therapy? I don't know why, but it feels like nothing happens. Nothing happens. I'm even wondering if it changed something, but I just didn't know it. Ah, that's difficult as well. That's why introspection is such a good... It's so important, right? The therapist cannot read your mind. You have to do that. You have to read your mind, and then you have to translate it into language that you tell to other people, right? Lasma says, I don't like the idea of just assigning some random therapist and hoping it works out. Well, a bad therapist for you could be very counterproductive. Yes. Very counterproductive. Actually, if you have the opportunity and availability, I would totally recommend moving around, talking to a lot of different people about the same things, because you will get different perspectives. Yeah. Definitely, I agree with Blasphemous. Just therapy, I mean, you can talk to non-therapists as well, or just random people on the internet, for example. That might help, might not. It's the same with therapists. Might help, might not. I've met Blasphemous says, I've met quite a few people that have been turned off from therapy after seeing a bad one. Yep. That happened to me. Wait, therapist, or no, a psychiatrist. I met a... Fuck, I forget, which is... No, I met a psychiatrist that turned me off from therapy for years. I didn't know any better, okay? Banana Wolf Monkey says, isn't that a post hoc, though? You cannot know whether the therapist will be good or bad until after the session. Yeah, right? It is. It's not good being turned off by that. That is why you go to a therapist a couple, 2-3 times, and then you try another one 2-3 times, and you get a sense, right? You don't know, you might not even know if it's good or bad then either. But you know, right, if you like the therapist or not. You don't know. Sorxa says, I ask that all the time of myself, but I always get stuck. I feel like I've done whatever I could. Yeah, you've done whatever you could, whatever you knew about. That's actually one reason to shop around if you got that availability, talking to other people about those specific things, those specific problems you have, asking more people, right? That's part of the point. It's like you don't know how to deal with the problem you have. One can look at it from that perspective, and then trying out some other stuff that comes from other places. Right, Blasphemous says yes, but after a while you should have an idea what is working for you and what isn't. And what you should possibly be looking for in a new therapist instead of just settling and going along with it if it isn't helping. Yep, I like that piece of advice. Blasphemous says also communicate that to the person you are working with, and if they can make adjustments, then great. If not, time to find a new one. Right? And those are not mutually exclusive, right? Definitely communicate this to the current person. Right? You give it a couple, like an arbitrary amount of time, whatever you've been talking about, and then you say, it doesn't feel very good. The thing we said like a couple of weeks ago, it doesn't work. And then they, right? They have to answer to all these questions. Sorxa says that's why I go around and ask people how their therapists have helped them, because I have no idea what is something reasonable I can expect from a therapist. Oh, wow. Blasphemous says, what do you find helpful? What do you not find helpful? It's a good question. What do I find helpful? I know that question wasn't directed to me. Yeah, I need to be convinced. I said that before. I need to be convinced about something, and then I need to try that out and like do a little science on the thing. Try it out. See how it works, how it makes me feel. Building a worldview, that's what I like doing. Metaphysical and psychological ideas. I like that. Sorka says, unfortunately, it's a hospital limitation. Session frequency. It is the only thing I can think of that I think will improve the therapy. I mean, I've watched a lot of self-help. There's a lot of bullshit in the self-help route, right? So maybe this Daniel Mackler and a healthy GG to like add to extra besides the therapy. Try stuff like that out on YouTube and whatnot. Search for your own like specific issue. Search for that on YouTube. See what people say about that specific issue. Just learn about it. Yeah. That has helped me immensely. Just different YouTubes and Wikipedias and whatnot. Just researching, finding out what people are saying. Blasphemous asks specifically what happens when you leave feeling better than you came in. I mean, that's so different, right? Just venting can make you feel happy, feeling better when you leave than when you get out, but that's long term, that doesn't help anything, Blasphemous. I mean, it's a good thing to have, but if you have limited time in therapy, then the best thing would maybe not getting stuck on repeat, just doing that over and over in therapy. I had that for a while where it was just a place to vent, and that was the only place I had to vent. Sorxa says, I don't know what is helpful. It is the times where the therapist says something that I never thought of. Which is kind of rare and random, right? It's kind of rare and random. Therefore, one could say decentralize, right? The more you distribute where you can get those kind of thoughts from, where you can get those, oh, I never thought about that, right? The more you diversify your input, the more chances you have for that to happen, Sorxa. That's why we're recommending the YouTube thing. It is rare and random. Right? And it doesn't even have to be, oh, I never thought about that. Or it can just be, oh, I've never tried that before, so you can try that next. Banana Waffle Monkey says, that's why I like seeing both my therapist and my psychiatrist. One focus more on validation and one on problem solving and solutions. With a bit of an overlap. Oh, of course, yeah. That would be very nice, right? Seeing multiple people, that's great stuff indeed. If you have the opportunity to do that stuff. Sorxa said, I try stuff even if they don't convince me anyway, because I'm desperate. Yeah, I did that. That's what made me take the SSRIs. But I mean, even if I wasn't desperate, I would do those things. Lasma says, sadly, this mental health industry can have you running in circles forever. Can be, yeah. Dorcas says, I was referring to Health Gamer regarding the expensive thing. Oh, that's on YouTube. The Healthy Gamer. I just watched it on YouTube. You can also pay for like sessions, but you can find like they have a Discord. If you just want people to vent and validation, you can find that in the stream, just talking to people, or you can join the Discord and there's probably just groups, people like support groups, right? I've been in support groups. They're can be helpful, but they're not for me, but they can be helpful for people, and you can get them for free there. Definitely you can find that for free in the Discord. Well, you have to have access to internet and microphone and stuff, so free, but you get my point. Oh, Blasphemous says Cider's 2.5 screen length behind. Yep. I am indeed. Sorxa said, I think there are things I can introspect all day, every day, and not be able to figure out anyway. Yeah, of course. Blasphemous says, well, you can discuss them here if you want, yeah. We're happy to discuss them, as you noticed, if you feel like it. Yeah. I like talking about most things, philosophical and psychological things. And that's a completely different perspective than you will get from a therapist, right? Or a support group. You will have people maybe even talking about the ethics of the things, or taking it and running with it and going off topic. That's fine. I don't think there will be a lot of judgment here. I think we would need to shut that down, right? Judgment. I think you would help me with doing that. Everybody who's here, help me shut down. Like judging, judging is fine, I suppose, but making someone feel bad about whatever issues they have. I don't feel like that's something we should do. Blasphemous said, wait. No, Sorxa said, like, for example, not knowing what help I want from a therapist. Yeah, you've been very vague, so we don't know, right, what your issues are. And you start out vague, then if you don't know what you want help with, but you know that you want help, then what you do want help with is defining what it is you want help with, right? That's gotta be it, right, Sorxa? If you don't know, then the first thing that you want help with is figuring that out. No? That's gotta be it, right? Lasma says, do you feel like those issues are out of the range of what a therapist can actually help you with? I don't understand. Or maybe it needs to be rethought of in a way that therapy could be a beneficial for it. Sorks answers, I have no idea, but I feel that if a mental health team can't help with emotional issues, I don't know who can. Like you said before, it feels kind of random, right? Anyone can, Sorksa, anyone can. But something... How did that happen? I tried like a bunch of things, trying to get my sleep in order. Like I've told this story plenty of times. But then I pretty much gave up, right? My sleep was just fucked and I didn't do anything for that. Then I had like issues with chocolate milk. I was drinking way too chocolate milk rather than eating food, and it was becoming an addiction problem, right? And I was feeling this is not unhealthy. So I was decided to just, I'm gonna try and cut sugar. And lo and behold, now I'm a couple of years in and I don't have a lot of sleeping issues anymore. They just come from random places. So what can help with emotional issues? Talking about them. Yeah, just talking about them with anyone, anywhere, and maybe someone somewhere will have something that just, aha, I'm gonna try this, maybe that will work. Sorxa says, my DBT sessions have been more helpful, but I have finished it. DBT? You mean CBT? Cognitive Behavioral Therapy? Or what is that? DBT? I don't know what that is. I'm curious. Very curious. Blasphemous says, something you haven't thought of, maybe in a psychoanalytical way. Oh yeah, that's Freudian psychoanalysis. Yeah, right. That's one reason to go to different psychiatrists. Some are focused on cognitive behavioral therapy, and others are focused on psychoanalysis. Yeah, very interesting stuff going to different people doing different things. Wolfmark is this industry trademark. Ugh. Trademark. Burka says, you mean like things that unconsciously influenced me? I mean, a lot of stuff happens unconsciously that you are not aware of. A lot of stuff is going on down there. Some therapists are very focused on trying to dig that stuff out. That's why you talk and talk and talk. Somebody might notice a pattern in what you're saying and maybe brings it to the surface, to the conscious, from the unconscious to the conscious. Right. Sorxa says, I joined support groups, discords and such, but most of them are teeming with a lot of depressed or suicidal people looking for help and being ignored. So why are you ignoring them, Sorxa? That's my question. Right? If you ignore them, they will ignore you. Sorxa says to Blasphemous, I think something like that is interesting, but I'm not sure if it is helpful. It can be, right? It can be helpful. You don't know before. You cannot know before. Blasphemous says, are you sure you're even properly diagnosed? Yeah, right. Do you have a diagnosis? Might not need a diagnosis. It depends, right? Banana Waffle says, the first thing my psychiatrist asked me what I felt the saying, don't go throwing stones in glass houses meant. And ruminating on that and why he led with that, of all things, has pretty much curbed my tendency to judge people. That's interesting. Lasma says they can just start throwing labels at you without getting the right diagnosis. Then you're basically wasting time. I mean, it depends, right? You don't need a diagnosis to go to therapy. But especially not psychoanalytical therapy, right? A lot of people can benefit from psychoanalytical therapy and these kinds of methodologies of introspection, right? I go to the therapist with different issues every time. But one common issue is that I never got useful help for the feelings of emptiness. Right, feelings of emptiness. Sorxa says, honestly, I'm not sure if I got proper diagnosis. Feelings of emptiness. What does that mean? Diagnosed myself, went there and told them what I think I have. BPD, and they... Oh. I think we've talked about that before. Borderline. No. Dialectical behavioral therapy. I have that as well. Borderline is one of those things that I know very little about. I'm very curious about that. Oh, I've got way too many things up here. What time is it? Alright, but if you could just pause on the chat a little bit, because I really need to pee, so I'll be right back. And we'll get into this. Alright. I want to get into these, but I also want to catch up on the chat. So I'm going to try to do that. Blasphemous says this industry is about treating symptoms without always paying attention to the root cause. Yeah. A lot of people do that. Sorxa agrees, I feel so. Don't ignore them. The people in the self-help groups. I've never been in online self-help group before. I think you need to make commitments to each other for them to work, right? Because as I said, depression and like a lot of mental health issues are debilitating, right? Demoralizing. So you need to take responsibility to make them actually happen. Someone has to take the responsibility, and like if someone doesn't show up, you need to go to them and right? We need this, we scheduled it, you need to show up once a week or whatever you decide, right? You need to make that happen. I can imagine it's not about people ignoring, it's about you just don't do it. I think that a lot of people without the whip will not show up. Lana Wafflemike says some diagnoses require observation about over some period of time, or symptoms to persist over some time period. Some period of time, yeah. I know that BPD, says Blasphemous, is very tricky. I dated 2 women with that, not at the same time. I can definitely see how only being able to go to therapy every 3 weeks with that diagnosis can then make it even more difficult on you. I'm even more curious about Borderline now. Sorxa says, like I continued, I like how you had to clarify that it's not at the same time. Oh, he's used to me misunderstanding stuff, so it's very kind of him. Also, it's fun clarifying it as well, I suppose. Banana Wafflemonkey asks, is BPD the one with the idolization, devaluation cycles, and binary thinking? We'll read. Oh, there we go. Yes, says Sorxa. Idolization, I don't know what that means. Devaluation cycles. Binary thinking. Sorxa says, I got to a point where I know I am thinking something is not true, but I still feel that way. Well, I've never been in that type of support group. Where do you find them? I mean, you create them. Didn't you say that you joined support groups? Like, for example, I know the healthygamer.gg Discord is filled with thousands of people. You join it and you go in one of the Discord rooms and you say, I want a support group that meets every week. So who's with me? And then you ask that a couple of times and then you get some people together, right? Someone will point you in a direction to a group, or you set a group up yourself, right? I was in an official support group where I was sent by my therapist. Right, I have a therapist, and I went to a support group that was official, like that was in the real world, so it was an eye-to-eye kind of thing as well. Sorxa says, feelings of emptiness is where I just feel terrible, and I don't feel like doing anything at all. It is like extreme boredom that can lead you to suicidal urges. Alright, terrible. So it's not empty. It's not emptiness then. It's just you're feeling bored, kind of. Alright. Yes. Nothing to do, nothing motivating, nothing anything. I feel like that sometimes. Like, nowhere near the way you do it, I guess. For me, I get those feelings when I'm exhausted. Yeah, when I get exhausted, I get to that point. Probably not even close to what you're feeling, but if I relate to it, yeah. Then I rest. And I don't feel that way the next day or the next week, right? They can persist for a long time. But yeah. They pass for me. Sorxa says, I've never heard of or thought of that. Is Healthy Gamer Discord free to join as well? Yeah. Right? They're trying to do their best, right? He's mainly a Twitch streamer. Oh, let's see, I'm just gonna open this. Nope, that's not what I meant. Right, you can join the stream and ask questions in the stream as well. I don't know. If we search his channel, wait. All right, this is this dude. So you can search his channel, and we'd search for Borderline, maybe. All right, here for example, he does a lot of stuff, a lot of random stuff. When I've been feeling bad, I've been in here, sometimes looking at something specific, other times I've just randomly followed like interviews. He's interviewing people. I really like that because seeing him interview people over and over and over again made me understand therapy much, like this type of therapy, much better. So I used that as a therapy even though I was never there myself. But they have a Discord and it's a Twitch stream. I think there's a Discord. Yeah, join Discord discussion. Yeah, it even's called Healthy Gamer GG /support group. So there are different types of support groups, and in there you can find, right? You can probably ask for the specific type of support group that you think would be beneficial to you, or you could just say, I think this, is there a support group for me? Or, I don't know. There's a lot of people in here, I think. I've been in there anyway. Let's see. Discord is free. Experience, and they have paid stuff, but I mean, don't have to go that way, right? I know he trains people to help other people, not psychiatrists, but like he calls them coaches, and that feels, I don't know. I wouldn't pay for it, but it's self-help kind of stuff. That's what it's all about. Sork says, I experienced the feelings of emptiness very often, but it did get a bit better. I'm just curious, have you done the science thing about the feelings of emptiness? Have you written it down, what happened before and after? What made them start, like, was there anything specific that happened that brought them on? Or is it just randomly? Have you measured it? Have you written it down specifically so you know if there is something that causes this or no? Did it get a bit better? The only help my therapist provided was that she asked me to accept it. But I don't know how to. Acceptance is very abstract to me. Alright, when you get these feelings of emptiness, right, and you were saying suicidal urges, right? When you are in those feelings of emptiness, you say it's feel terrible. You haven't said it, but I assume that you try to get out of it. You try to leave that empty feeling. You want to just get away from it, right? That is not accepting it. Accepting it is, okay, I feel terrible, I feel all empty. And then introspecting, right, and actually feeling it. That is accepting, you know. Okay, I feel like this. Deep breath, I can deal with this. I can keep feeling this way, and I just explore those empty feelings. Right? And that's gonna make you feel worse. In the moment, that's part of, right? Instead of suppressing the feeling or running away from them, it is facing them head on, right? And dealing with them. Oh, Sorxa said, when do you, Blasphemous asks, what do you feel like acceptance What do you feel like acceptance means to you? Sorxa answered, probably when I stop feeling so terrible about it. Yeah, I would say no. I accept sadness, but it just happens somehow. I don't know how to consciously accept something. Sorxa says, I haven't written it down, but I did go through the events in my brain, and usually it is random. Or there is a pattern that you have not yet found. Sorxa, right? There might be a pattern. You don't know. How would you define dealing with it? I would define that as dealing with it, right? Rather than mentally trying to get away from the feelings. And that's what I did with anger. What I do with anger. Rather than running away and hiding. Wait, what is that? Dealing with it. Alright. I'm getting to it, Sorxa. Right, when how do I exemplify? How do I describe this? I came into this bit because I was dealing with addictions. I was getting rid of a lot of addictions. And I was thinking, I wonder if I'm addicted to video games. well, I didn't wonder, I kind of had an addiction to video games, right? My behavior was very addictive. And he talked like a lot about that. I felt the need to play video games to deal with feelings. I was not aware that this was happening in my mind. I would have said, oh, I don't know why, I just feel the urge to play video games. But what happened was that I was feeling stuff that happened to me before, like me being angry about this and that. It doesn't matter what I was angry about. I had angry feelings, like you have empty feelings, right? They came from somewhere. I had angry feelings that came from somewhere. I wasn't even aware that those were angry feelings. And then I would flee from them by doing something, distracting myself from those feelings. And that is the opposite of dealing with it. Dealing with the feelings is taking them in instead of, oh, I'm gonna run away and play video games. Instead, I'm just gonna sit here and I'm gonna breathe and I'm gonna feel these feelings and I'm gonna explore those feelings. Where do they come from? And just, right? Getting the knowledge, self-knowledge. What are these feelings? Where do they come from? Why do I feel this way? Explore, explore, and explore. And just accept that I'm right now, not always, but right now when I was in that mood that I could do it, I said to myself, oh, okay, right now I'm just gonna spend 5 to 10 minutes feeling terrible like this. And just mentally see what happens. Banana Waffle says, like when I was at the concert last night and I was trying to approach, I got the fight or flight, and I sat down and thought to myself things like, I have a bad experience with rejection before. Have I had a bad experience with rejection before? No? Well, even if it's yes, it's fine. It usually goes well when I do try. I'm not less of a person if I do get rejected, and eventually talk myself into it. I wouldn't even go that far, just talking yourself into it. I would say, have I had a bad experience with rejection before? I have, so my answer would be yes, plenty of times. Alright, that's fine, and that's part of life, accepting that sometimes we feel bad, and that's fine. Right now, I'm a period in my life when I feel worse, and someday in the future, I'm not gonna feel this bad. And both of those are part of life. Just, that's accepting and dealing rather than... Sorxa says, I think I just lie in bed and think about stuffs. Usually, I can do that for sadness, anger, etc., but it's hard to do with emptiness. Emptiness. That's... Oh, Blasphemous asks, do you like those parts of your personality? Not the emptiness. Roxa asked, approach? Yeah, approaching... Like... I think he meant, like, trying to date new people, approach new people to make friends or sexual partners. Sorxa says, but when is it given up, and when is it acceptance? Given up? I don't understand. I'm not quite sure I understand how you mean by giving up. And when it is just not putting in the effort to improve the situation. The thing is that emptiness is super fucking vague, right, Sorxa? And you don't know where it comes from. So what possible thing could you do to improve the situation? if you have no idea. So for me, it's the acceptance is about identifying. That's where my mind went anyway. That there's a lot of vague language that you're using that you don't know what the therapists can help you with. You just know that this feeling of emptiness. You say it's random, which is kind of weird. Still, I have no idea about borderline personality disorder. We haven't gotten to that part yet. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I'd imagine it's whether or not you feel closure. Or maybe I misread too? I mean, some things, like you are not in control of your feelings, right? They happen to you. You can accept that, but accepting that does not mean that you should just say that, oh, I'm just going to feel terrible the rest of my life. Accept these feelings, and all the different feelings have different ways of dealing with, right? For anger, for me, right, for every individual and every emotion, there is a way to deal with it, but that's very personal. Right? For me, I need to express my anger. I need to express it. I don't like shouting and fighting and, you know, being red in the face and being all excited. I prefer, and I need to express my anger in a more calmly, right? I need to have the feeling, and then after I've had the feeling and it has, right? After I've left it behind a little bit, then I need to express it, right? And I need to flatten that curve, so to speak, not to have a lot of drama. Yeah. And some things I just need to be angry about. And that's fine as well. Sorxa says, I think that makes sense. But sometimes I feel a closure in stuff and it uncloses sometime later, yeah. But can you imagine living a life where there would be no anger the rest of your life? That's unhealthy. Blasphemous asks, you have not noticed a pattern of what triggers this emptiness. And that's a recommendation, right? Find a pattern. Sorka says, I think it happens with a general poor mental state. Oh, that sounds very similar to what I was saying, right? When I get exhausted, I got those feelings of emptiness that nothing fucking matters. Oh, I don't want to do anything. It all sucks. Just get me out. Those feelings, I get those when I had that the day after helping out with the move and being social that whole day. Like, yeah. I had that. Because, yeah, I exhausted my mental capabilities, my mental fortitude, mental stamina, whatever. But it wasn't anything specific, it was just me being exhausted. But it is not directly triggered by something, says Sorxa. No, right. It's difficult to find, but it might be an idea to look into, right? Sorxa says, I think acceptance is vague because there isn't a set of instructions what to do specifically. Alright, the set of instructions would be, you have the feelings of emptiness. When you have the feelings of emptiness, you say to yourself, okay, I'm gonna just feel this emptiness for the next 5 minutes. I'm just gonna feel it. That's all I'm gonna do. Nothing else. Is that a set of instructions? Don't run away from it, just feel. What does it feel like? Maybe explore. Yeah, I'm gonna feel it and I'm gonna explore it. That's all. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm not gonna... If I start thinking about something else, I'm gonna go back to that feeling. Or maybe I'm gonna note, what did I start thinking about now? Is there any patterns to it? Is that a set of instructions? I don't know. Blasphemous says insider's voice. Alright, I can do my own voice, I think. The way one reaches acceptance can be subjective. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? If you need it on black and white, I'm gonna accept. I'm gonna stay in this feeling and I'm gonna explore it. This is happening to me right now, and that is fine. I am feeling terrible, and it's okay that I feel terrible. Tell yourself those things. Explore. If you just sit there for 5 minutes just feeling these terrible empty feelings, what happens? What happens? Do you know? Do you know what happens? You say it's random. Right, there's... Feelings have... How fast are you breathing? Right? Are you breathing fast or are you breathing slow? When thoughts pop up, do they have a general theme? What else do we have? I think I start thinking of bad stuff. What is bad stuff? Is there a theme to the bad stuff? Blasphemous says, and that would be the binary thinking, right? Yeah, I heard that before, something about the binary thinking. I'm trying to be as... I mean, one would assume that someone like me should be very good at giving clear and like very rigid instructions, right? Should be able to do that, but it feels like I'm not. I'm trying to. Sorxa says, things like, I don't feel like there's a point in life. I don't like this. Sometimes I start thinking about past stuff that happens. Alright, that is you starting... Sorxa says, I'm not sure about the binary thinking. Me neither. Alright, one thing is that... One thing one can do is like... Things... what you said, like... Things like, I don't think there's a point in life. What you can add to that... And it's okay that I don't feel like there's a point in life right now. Right? Adding that is accepting. And exploring that is just what you're doing now, right? Don't feel like there's a point in life. Okay, you know that's... Then maybe you can ask... What wait, how can we specify that? I don't like this. What is this? What is life? Like, if you try to define those words, that's me becoming semantic again. Damn it. I'm trying it to not be about how I would do it. Sometimes I start thinking about past stuff that happens. Do you think about the same stuff over and over and over again? And how does those things make you feel? Those bad stuff that happened. I mean, you call it an empty feeling. Like, the examples you give are far from empty. Like you said, you're thinking about bad stuff. I don't like this is not an empty feeling. That's a negative feeling. That negative feeling can be what? Anger? Sadness? Fear? And past stuff that happened. What emotions did they contain? Sorxa says, I'm not sure. Sorxa also says, so you would say I have to actively think to myself that it's okay and it will pass. Yeah, I do that. I have practiced myself to do that. I literally say those words in my mind. Right now I am filled with rage, and that is okay, it will pass. I'm gonna keep raging on. And I'm gonna go in circles, just raging and raging and raging about the same thing over and over and over again a little while. And then I'm gonna say, alright. And then it passes. And I'm gonna come back to that exact same thing, that exact same rage. I'm gonna come back to that the day after. I've got to get that feeling of the rage, and I say to myself, okay, here we go again. It's okay. Let's just do this. Let's do this. And then I run around in the rage circles again for a little while. For a little while. Run around in a rage circle. And it's okay. It's okay. That's what I do, Sorxa. I have no idea if it will help you or not. It helps me just doing that. Blasphemous says, Cider, I think there's an issue with gray area thinking. BPD can be like, this person loves me or this person hates me. There is not much middle ground. That makes sense. Yeah, that binary thinking. I'm trying to get into that. I would have thought that I was good at binary thinking, but it seems like I'm not. I'm trying to do it in those ways. Sorxa says, I just call it emptiness because I don't know what else to name it. Demotivation? Boredom. Yeah, that's... Since you're unsure, when you do this, when you say to yourself, all right, I'm going to stay in this and I'm going to be aware of all that's happening. I'm going to accept it, it's past, but before it passes, I'm going to pay attention to it, right? I'm going to pay attention to it. I think I forgot to say that. You need to pay attention to it. And when you pay attention to it, you remember. What is it? What is it specifically? And you will have gained, every time it happens, you will gain a little bit more knowledge. If you pay attention to it, you gain a little bit more knowledge about what it is. And you can give it a better name than emptiness. Maybe it's different every time. Maybe one time it's anger. Maybe one time it's just you're tired. Another time you're sad, right? We don't know. We have no idea. Blasphemous says, when you are at the other end of the spectrum, you tend to give your all and are passionate. That's also interesting to note, right? Being aware that it does go like that. Man, I still haven't started reading this. Alright. Sarkis says, I have a bunch of past stuffs I cycle through over the days of my life. Sometimes it makes me sad, which I feel is a good thing when I'm empty because I would rather feel sad. Alright, and the same thing goes then, right? This time it was sadness. And one could say that you explored, right? It made you sad. Maybe it was the sadness that was subconscious and made you feel empty. Right? Sometimes it can be anger, and then it should be fine feeling the anger. Sorka says, I'll try actively talking stuff. Yeah, I think that's good. Right? And writing down stuff as well, maybe. That's also a good tip, right? Exploring. And Anna Waffle Monkey says, that sounds like what I refer to as being deflated. Deflated, yeah. I'm thinking these things, but way more extreme, hey, Banana Waffle Monkey? Sorxa says, I don't really feel so about giving it your all and being passionate. Oh, that's an interesting question, Blasphemous asks. So you are more so almost always at the opposite end of emptiness. If I'd say so. What is the opposite of the emptiness then? Did you feel different growing up? Very, says Sorsa. Alright. Emotionally, borderline personality disorder, also known as emotionally unstable personality disorder, EUPD, is a mental illness characterized by a long-term pattern of unstable relationships, distorted sense of self, and strong emotional reactions. Do you have strong emotional reactions? I completely missed that, if that was the case. Sorxa says, oh wait, I meant I am almost always at the emptiness end. And what does the other end look like, Sorxa? And did you feel empty when you were growing up as well? Asma says, I know BPD and a few other diagnoses can overlap and get misdiagnosed. I've heard about that as well. That's pretty much all I know about borderline. Sorxa says, yeah, I have strong emotional reactions when I get triggered. Maybe that's the other end. Huh. Get triggered, what does that mean? Those affected often engage in self-harm and other dangerous behavior. They may also struggle with feelings of emptiness. Here we go. Is that this human condition? Generalized boredom, social alienation, and apathy. Feelings of emptiness often accompany dysthymia, depression, loneliness, anhedonia, despair, and other. Yeah, right. Yeah, I get emptiness now. That has been explained. Fear of abandonment and detachment from reality. Symptoms of BPD may be triggered by events considered normal to others. BPD typically begins by early adulthood and occurs across a variety of situations. Alright. I didn't really learn anything new from this. The disorder is often stigmatized in both media and the psychiatric field. Oh. Yeah. In the psychiatric field as well, that sucks. Yeah. Triggered could be something like people being rude to me, says Sorcha. When you have those, when you feel empty and you think about bad stuffs, do you trigger yourself from people that was being rude to you in the past? Do you remember and feel triggered from the emptiness? I'm curious. Lasmus asks, do you feel like you may not always know how to properly react in such situation in a socially acceptable way? Oh, I feel that way when I get triggered. Actually, no, I've learned how to deal. Acceptable, yeah, acceptable. I can do acceptable ways now, I think. Zork says, I know how to react and how a regular person usually feel. I try to wing it on the outside. Yeah, that's no good. Don't like any of those things. I know how to react and how a regular person usually feel. How do you feel? Try to wing it on the outside? You need to express your own emotions, right? Not express what someone else thinks. That's the problem I've had. Don't like that. Yeah, I've done that a lot, trying to wing it on the outside. Yeah, I've been winging it a lot. That's... Find something that works for you, not that works for someone else. That makes sense? Sorxa says, I think I'm 80% desensitized to my past events, so I don't usually trigger myself with thinking. Alright, so... When you feel empty... Alright. What was it again? You said... where is it? Right. I have a bunch of past stuffs I cycle over the days of my life. Sometimes it makes me sad, which I feel is a good thing when I'm empty because I would rather be sad. So didn't you trigger sadness, Sorxa? Isn't that an example of you triggering sadness when you were feeling empty by starting thinking? Did I misunderstand that bit? Blasphemous says, I think I do the same thing. I'll just be talking about something that would normally trigger someone else, but I am fine with it. Wait, do what same thing? Sorry, I missed the context. I'll just be talking about something that would normally trigger someone else, but I'm fine with it. Sorxa says, I would see trigger as something sudden and uncontrollable. Yeah, emotions. Emotions are often sudden, not always, but they can be sudden. But usually if they're triggered, they get triggered by something, right? And uncontrollable. All emotions are uncontrollable. You can control thought patterns. You can control your actions. You can control your own behavior, but you cannot control your emotions. Success says, so I wouldn't say when I'm thinking about stuff I am triggered. Act 8 down. Oh, that was fast. Nice job, Banana Waffle Monkey. Success says, because I will need to think about it a lot for any emotional effect. Any emotional effect. Alright. But what was that? Didn't you say, like, you could trigger sadness? I misunderstood that bit then. You cycle through the old stuff? What about happiness? Can you cycle old stuff? No, you're desensitized to all the things, I suppose. It's weird. It's weird, though. The emptiness. It's a weird word. Because the emptiness would look like it, the lack of emotion, but that's not it. It's not a lack of emotion at all. Yeah, it's... Oh, what's this? Oh, I like this. Arousal, flow, control, relaxation, boredom, apathy, worry, anxiety, arousal. This is a good thing to have. This is a thing that you could have when you feel empty. Is it literally boredom? Like this. There is and there's a bigger one, right? Right. There's so many different emotions that one can look at. Boredom. Left without anything particular to do. It's not interested in their surroundings or feel that the day is dull and tedious. Yeah, I would highly recommend finding patterns. And emotions arise for a reason. Yeah, emotions arise for a reason. It might feel like it is random, but I'm pretty sure that I can say that most feelings do not happen randomly. And they can happen subconsciously. Therefore, paying attention to the feelings that you have could help you figure out patterns. Let's see, Sorxa said, because I will need to think a lot for any emotional attacks. I think it's me using the trigger interchangeably in the psychological and causal context. Yeah, trigger something causes an emotion. Then you are triggered by something. Something is causing the emotion. Right? Blasphemous says, I wonder if this is one of the things where MDMA therapy might show a benefit. Perhaps I don't know a lot about MDMA, but I've heard good things about using it as a therapeutic tool. That's what I've heard. Blasphemous says, Sorxa asks, what's that? MDMA is ecstasy. Well, ecstasy is MDMA and amphetamines, if I'm correct, if I remember correctly. Combined. They are supposed to be approving it as a part of psychotherapy in the next few years. It makes you more vulnerable and open. Emotions should spill out, yeah. Often positive emotions. Still. It helps with trauma, yeah, if this can be considered trauma related. MDMA. Oh, there is amphetamine in the name, eh? Methyl... Alright, yeah. Oops. No, yeah, I got it, says Banana Wolf Monkey. You know the thing? Oh. Feels like that would be a rave thing, eh? That means it will most likely not be approved in Singapore for the next 10 years. Probably not, eh? Probably not. No, yeah. It's not a rave thing, says Banana Wolf Monkey. It's the rave thing next to LSD. Alright. Sorta says, I've always wanted to try CBD oil. Characterized by... This was a very behavioral definition, right? It doesn't... The internal state was kind of left out. Genetic neurological causes. Psychotherapy, CBT. Dialectical. Oh yeah, I was curious about that. DBT may reduce the risk of suicide in the disorder. Therapy for BPD can occur one-to-one or in a group, while medications cannot cure. They may be used to help with the associated symptoms. Severe cases of the disorder may require hospital care. Right, what's this? Banana Waffle Monkey says, and actually every other possible drug you can think of. Node owner says, to Sorxa, CBD did nothing for me. Anecdote. That's unfortunate. Alright. Dialectal behavior therapy is an evidence-based psychotherapy that began with the efforts to treat borderline disorder. Yeah, alright. Also known as, alright, yeah. There is evidence that DBT can be useful in treating mood disorders, suicide ideation, and for change in behavioral patterns such as self-harm and substance abuse. DBT evolved into a process in which the therapist and the client will work with acceptance, here we go, and change-oriented strategies. and ultimately balance and synthesize them in a manner comparable to the philosophical dialectical process. It's based at a discourse between two or more people holding different points of view about the subject but wishing to establish the truth. Alright, yeah. I say something, you say something. Debate? Actually, this was a long time ago. Right. Of hypotheses and antitheses, followed by synthesis. Oh, we read about this some time ago. Lasma says, no one I have asked have ever been able to tell me what CBD actually did for them except feel better. CBD, that's cannabis, right? CBD? Or is that something else? Lasma says, I'm like not taking something if I have no idea what it does to me. How could you know what it does to you before you take it, though? You can know potential side effects and effects. Potential effects and side effects. Sorxa says, unfortunately, we never had the time to go through a lot of things because public hospital, yeah. No Donor says, I was hoping CBD would help with my anxiety. It was expensive and I didn't notice a difference taking it orally. I've been meaning to try vaping it, but I quit vaping nicotine last year, so I have never tried it. That is cannabis, right? Actually, you learn cannabis as well. That's very interesting. Sorxa says, they'll say, talk to your individual therapist about this, but I see her every 3 weeks. Wait. Who says? Talk to your individual therapist about this. Alana Wolfmike says, cannabis is mostly THC. If I recall, CBD is a component of it. Aptly called cannabidiol. THC being tetrahydrocannabidiol. Alright. Right. So it's kind of like a series of statements. Let's see. To help people increase their emotional and cognitive regulation by learning about the triggers that lead to reactive states and helping to assess which coping skills to apply in the sequence of events, thoughts and feelings, and behaviors to help avoid undesired reactions. Yeah. It's exactly what we've been talking about, right? Exploring feelings. It's a form of cognitive behavioral therapy, yeah. Sorxa says the DBT is a group therapy held by some other therapists. Wait, didn't they say that it was one-on-one? Did I probably imagine that. Yeah, in which the therapist and the client work with acceptance and change-oriented strategies and ultimately balance and synthesize them in a manner comparable to the philosophical dialectical process. Hypothesis and antithesis, followed by synthesis. Not honest, as THC is part of a cannabis that gets you high. CBD is supposed to be kind of relaxing and help you with your mental state. I've also heard of CBT helping with epilepsy in children. Oh, that. Sorxa says, thought pattern correction hasn't been useful for me. Like, I know people don't hate me, but it's not gonna stop me feeling that way. Yeah, thought patterns are not about changing your feelings. As I said, feelings just happen to you. You are gonna feel that way. As far as I understand, the idea with thought pattern, it's a behavioral thing, right? It is based on cognitive. It's based on thought patterns and behavioral patterns. They are supposed to change thought patterns and behavioral patterns, not emotional patterns. Right? They're not called emotional theory, right? Behavior therapy. And that is why we talk about triggers. That is why they talk about triggers. Because certain triggers, certain type of thought patterns and behavioral patterns will lead to certain triggers. These triggers will trigger certain feelings. So the point is to avoid the behaviors and the thoughts that leads to the feelings of emptiness. Finding the pattern and taking a step away from the pattern. Yeah. Lasma says, I wonder how many of these issues all come down to some sort of trauma. All of them? I don't know. I don't remember any trauma or trauma causing it in I think for me it's very genetic. Nodonner says, that's been a common theme with me lately, is feeling one way but thinking another. Wait. Don't understand. Feeling one way but thinking another. Thinking and feeling are two different things. Right? Thinking are usually, not necessarily, but you can do that in words, for example. You can explain your feelings in words, but feelings are bodily stuff that happens to you. Right? Those are just feelings that happened, and emotionals. We use... Right, Sorxa says, our DBT here is very different. Usually there's a phone coach to call, so we learn to use adaptive coping strategies. It's a phone coach to call, so we learn adaptive coping strategies. I mean, that seems good. But over here, the resources are so poor that the coach only calls you the next working day. I mean, you could use that same strategy. Right? You could add up to that, right? In that instruction, call the coach. When they don't answer, you could go to... right, if you find a mental health support group like healthygamer.gg, you can go to that Discord and use that because they will respond immediately. Someone will respond. They are not qualified to help you in the same way a therapist can, but they can still talk to you about the thing, right? And it's about your coping strategies. So your coping strategy, you can try a couple of times. Just go to that Discord and talk to some people there about it, see how it works. Testing. Alright, Sorsa continues. I think my first therapist years ago kind of told me that if I stopped thinking something bad, then I will feel better. But I don't. Yeah, it's patterns, right? You do know that you have patterns, that you think the same things, right? What would be an example of a typical pattern that everyone has? If I slap you in the face, you will get angry. That's a thought pattern, right? Well, no, that's an emotional reaction. That's not a thought pattern. I'm sorry. Emotional reactions everybody have. That's completely different. Alright, if I slap you in the face, you become angry. You might decide to slap me back. That's a behavioral pattern, but a pattern nonetheless. Some other person might run away. A fourth person might start shouting. A fifth person might just do nothing. Right? Everybody has different patterns of reaction to that being slapped in the face. And that pattern, if you get slapped in the face day one and you have that reaction, you will do the same thing the next time you get slapped. So the point is to practice your thought patterns and change those. Alright, here we go. Banana Wolf Monkey says they totally scrambled these fucking act zone layouts. Yeah, right? They did, didn't they? Yeah, scrambled everything. It was annoying. Soxa says everything. Yeah, come with traumas. Yeah, you don't always have to remember trauma. Trauma remembers you. Yeah. There are two things. There are trauma. There are also, right, we function a little bit differently. Okay, there are genetics and... Yeah, there we go. 50-50. That's usually... If I have to guess... How many of these issues come down to some sort of trauma? 50% of them, I'm gonna guess. That's usually where it ends up. Trauma remembers you, yeah. Sorsa says, yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to explain how inefficiently it's carried out here, yeah. And that's terrible, right? It is carried out inefficiently, but it's not about them, right? It's not their thought processes, thought patterns and behavior patterns that it's about. You can learn the strategies even if they are very inefficient about it. You yourself can make the effort to make it efficient by practicing. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I think 14 straight hours of PoE is enough for one session for me. Peace. Goodbye if you haven't left already. Goodbye and sleep tight, Banana Waffle Monkey. Yeah, 14 hours? Woof. Plasma says, bad support is equals to counterproductive for people with BPD. Ends up then being another cause for it. Oh yeah, of course. Well, bad support in the sense that do this and then that thing does not work. If you go to healthygamer.gg and start talking to people, right? If you go to an active chat where people are talking, they will answer you and talk to you about these things, right? But is that bad support as well? I thought I have not done these, right? Why are we calling the therapist in the first place? Oh, right, because they have a consistency, right? You can say, oh, this is happening. You can say to the therapist, and they can say, all right, exactly. They can do this. Healthygamer.gg cannot do this. They cannot do this. Which sucks. Maybe they can, actually. I haven't been in there. I'm not gonna look it up now. Maybe they have like a specific room for border BPD. Maybe they do. Note Owner says, what counts as trauma, by the way? We've all had bad things happen to us. I think the insidious abuse is the trauma you don't see because you think it's normal. Oh, that's the trauma I have then. Yeah. Actually, that's a good question. Trauma. Psychological trauma is a damage in a person's mind as a result of one or more events that cause overwhelming amounts of stress. That cause the person's ability to cope or integrate emotions involved, eventually leading to serious long-term negative consequences. Trauma is not the same as mental distress, no. So yeah, trauma, by definition. Yeah, all the things... No, we could probably say all the things are trauma then. Yeah. By their using each other as definition, negative consequences, right? Long-term negative consequences. That was what Blasphemous asked, right? How many of these things? That would be all of them. By definition. Blasphemous is very true. Sork says, I see trauma as something bad that happens to you and affects you on the long run, like months or years. Yep. But all our life experiences shape who we are in some way. Yeah. It's damage. There we go. It's damage. Damage and stress. Fucking stress, man. All the stress. But all life... Alright. Sork says, yeah, I agree. Bad support. It's difficult when you have to build your own support structure, Sorksa? But that is the recommendation, right? Building your own support structure. I guess. Lasma says, life is one big complex PTSD. I'm lucky. I haven't had to go to war, so my PTSD is less worse than others. I suppose. Sork says, yes, but some things are more direct and impactful than others. Yes, exactly. And trauma are the stuff that are so stressful that we can trace them back, right? Like I've been talking about my anger issues, for example. They are based on trauma. Of course. That's the they are used to define each other, right? The negative consequences and the stress together, right? The negative consequences was the anger issues. The stress was, yeah, the stress, right? They get defined together. Like that. Like that. Roxa says, I think bad support in the sense like people who dismiss your feelings. Oh. Alright. And you will not find people like that in that Discord. Maybe some, but rare. Most of them will not. Blasphemous says, but you will also find a lot of other people that have their own issues to deal with, so they will not... They might be the... You know, we were talking about earlier about people ignoring other people. They need someone to tell them, alright, we're gonna have the meeting on this time, on, like, how often you like, right? Whatever you decide. Once a week, this time. If you don't show up, then we have... if someone does not show up, we have a responsibility, and we might even take a phone number to reach that person in real life to make them show up. Something like that. Yeah. That would still be, yeah, building your own support structure. That's not to scoff at. It's not to scoff at all. Thusma says, or every once every 3 weeks therapy since you are needing them, but you can't reach out to them. Yeah. I would guess, I mean, in my mind, it seems like once every 3 weeks is better than nothing, but maybe, I don't know. Slider starts the metal band, Trauma by Birth. Oh man, yeah, we can make it a death metal band and do art style that is very similar to Cannibal Corpse, right? Trauma by Birth, we can make a lot of like bloody birth imagery. Like where both the mother get physically traumatized and the child get traumatized. That's fucked up. Oh, I didn't want to see that in my head. I was not in the mood for that. I usually don't watch the Cannibal Corpse record pictures. They are not safe for work. Not even close to safe for work. Oh man. Sorks, I say, I wouldn't say it's harmful to me, but it's certainly not so helpful. But then what you could do, just an idea, is to talk to the therapist about strategies of building your own support structures, right? With online groups, and have advice from them what it would look like. Maybe specifically build a group with a lot of people with border that would either self-diagnose themselves or have a diagnose. Right? You could find a group of people, I don't know, 5-10 people, something like that. Yeah, find 10 people, well, 10 people is too much. Find 5 people, where you put out the rule. We talk, I don't know. And we bring our knowledge that we have learned from the dialectic therapy and all that stuff. We bring that knowledge and we help each other out. We talk about our feelings. Yeah. Nodonner says, as someone who has had PTSD, I can assure you it's a very specific thing, not normal stress. Oh yeah. I can't relate. I've not even been close to PTSD. That's actually a very good point. And that's a mistake. I do it too often, and I see a lot of other people doing it as well. So thank you for pointing it out, Nodrunner, right? I do it. I call my behavior OCD when it's not OCD. Right? I can call it post PTSD when it's not PTSD. It's useful as a categorization, but it's... yeah. It's a bad pattern, bad language pattern. Right? Don't talk about something as PTSD if it's not PTSD, because that lessens the understanding of actual PTSD, just like with all these other things. Maybe don't call your behaviors OCD if they're not OCD. I tend to do that way too much, but not very good language. Xerxes says, I also don't know where the line of being over-dependent on people or emotional support is. Xerxes says, yeah, I'll try the Healthy Gamer Discord. I try that video I was linking earlier as well. He had a video about... right? Yeah, go to YouTube. Not only that video. Go to YouTube. Search for borderline... right? You go to YouTube. Search for borderline emptiness. There we go. We've got someone calling himself Dr. Daniel Fox. Remember, though, he might not be a doctor, but it might be worth just listening. Borderline and the meaning of life. A lot of people talking about it. I mean, I like this guy, but you have to make up your own mind, right? Oh. It looks like I've already seen this movie, I just don't remember it. No donor says, overdependent sounds like a judgment, right? Oh, right, I didn't really... Like humans need emotional support. No judgment is needed. Yeah. Yeah, over-dependent on people. That's... Good point, Node Runner, right? We are a social creature. We need other people. Some people have bigger needs than others. That's just... That's not something you are in control of. Whatever your need is, do your best to get it fulfilled, right? I think so. Sorxa says, that is what I will want to think. Let's fuck this fucker up. Just get stuck in the chat. No gaming. No crime and punishment today. Alright. Hope you're not too disappointed. We'll get some more tomorrow, maybe. Unless we have some other discussion taken up there. Ooh, that was an unset ring. That's great stuff. But for now, it's time. It's getting to that time. Lunchtime an hour ago. More assassin's garbs. I don't need more assassin garbs. I should stop looking for that. Sorxa says, but I have to challenge the opposite, that I have to be able to deal with my emotions independently at times. Yeah, that was what, before Banana Waffle Monkey left, he talked a lot about the difference between validation and help. Emotional support is not people solving your problems for you. That's just people relating to your problems and just talking to people. That's just the support. Yeah. Right? You complaining about just getting to see the therapist once every 3 weeks, and we say, oh, that sucks. That sucks. That is emotional support. That is one type of emotional support, right? And it looks different from people to people, but that is one type of emotional support. Sorxa says, and also because people can be unreliable sometimes and say something that worsens things. Yeah, they do that all the time. But they usually don't mean... They don't mean terrible stuff by it, right? Usually it's from ignorance. Yeah. That is usually from ignorance. Those things. They don't know any better. They try to be supportive and they say... They put their foot in their mouth and they say shit that makes you feel worse. Oftentimes it's like that. All right. That is it for today. I mean, I usually end on saying I hope you had a good time. I don't know if good time is what we've been doing. It's been interesting. Hope you have gained something at least. All right. I have a lot of stuff on my to-do list. But yeah, for now it is lunchtime and some sleep and maybe, I don't know. Successes? Yeah, I did. I'm glad we could be some sort of help, at least. I like talking about these things. Successes, thanks for today, yeah. Thank you for opening up and telling your story. Talking about your life with us. Having something to talk about. Learning something new, yeah. I think you're the first person I've talked to with borderline. I mean, self-diagnose or no, still the first. Nodonus says, I think it's best to take people's opinion with a grain of salt and get as much perspective as you can by talking to many people. I agree with that. Nodonus says, have a good one. Yeah, we're all dumbasses. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. That's for sure. But maybe there was a new opinion and perspective. Right? I have gotten new perspectives that I didn't have before. And I will take those with a grain of salt. Those perspectives, sure. All right, thanks for hanging out, and yeah, see you next time.